Get comfortable. Whatever position you're in right now, settle into it a little more. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw relax. You don't have to hold anything tonight. Tonight we're going somewhere familiar. A town you've probably visited hundreds of times without ever really looking at the shadows in the corners. A place you think you know. A place with a nuclear power plant on one end, a tire fire on the other, and somewhere in the middle, a little yellow family sitting on a couch, watching television just like you. We're going to Springfield, but not the Springfield you think you know. Not the one with the punchlines and the couch gags and the celebrity cameos. We're going to the one underneath that. The one the show built slowly, episode by episode, detail by detail, across 36 years and nearly 800 episodes, without ever quite announcing what it was doing. The darkest corners, the buried threads, the stories the show introduced and then quietly folded into the wallpaper and hoped you'd forget. This is going to take a while. That's the point. Let it take a while. Let the words come in slow and easy, like water finding its level. You don't need to remember any of this. You don't need to analyze it or take notes. Just let it carry you somewhere soft and strange and a little bit melancholy, the way the best television always does when you really pay attention to it. So breathe in, breathe out, and let's go to Springfield. Section 1. The town that forgot it was dying. Springfield's hidden geography of grief. There is a moment in the very early seasons of The Simpsons, so early that most people have either forgotten it or never noticed it at all, where the camera holds on Springfield from above. Just for a second, just long enough to see the whole town laid out beneath the opening credits. The rows of identical houses, the winding streets, the power plant cooling towers rising above everything like a pair of misshapen thumbs pressed into the skyline. And in that moment, if you look carefully, the town looks tired. Not broken, not destroyed, just tired. The way very old things look tired. The way a house looks tired when the paint has been peeling for so long that the peeling has become the paint. The way a town looks tired when it has been exactly the same for so long, that sameness has become its defining feature. Springfield has always looked like that, from the very first frame. A town that woke up one morning, looked around, decided this was far enough, and stopped. That stopping is what this section is about, because there is an entire layer of Springfield's identity that runs beneath every joke, beneath every guest appearance, beneath every couch gag, and every Homer scream, and every Lisa monologue about justice. A layer that the show has been building quietly for decades, and that most viewers have simply absorbed without naming. The geography of grief. The way a town organizes itself around the things it has lost, the people it has buried, the futures it quietly surrendered somewhere along the way. Let's start with the physical town itself, because Springfield's architecture tells a story that the dialogue never quite gets around to. The Simpson house at 742 Evergreen Terrace is, by any reasonable measure, a modest home. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen that has seen some things, a living room with a couch that has absorbed 36 years of collective family weight. The yard is small and often unkempt. The fence that separates it from the Flanders property is a recurring joke about the distance between 2 men who should be friends and aren't, not really, not the way the word means. But look at the house itself. Look at the neighborhood. Evergreen Terrace is a street of middle-class homes built in the post-war American style. The kind of houses that were designed in the late 40s and early 50s for a very specific kind of American life. A manufacturing job that paid enough to own a house. A wife who stayed home. 2 or 3 children. A car in the garage. A lawn that got mowed on Saturdays. That life was already disappearing by the time The Simpsons first aired in 1989. The manufacturing economy that built Evergreen Terrace had been contracting for a decade. The middle class the show was depicting was already in the early stages of the long, quiet erosion that would define the next 30 years of American economic history. Homer works at the nuclear power plant. He makes enough to own his house, feed his family, and occasionally take a vacation. Not comfortably, not without stress. There are entire episodes built around the terror of a single unexpected bill. The specific anxiety of a man who is one car repair away from a financial conversation he doesn't want to have. Homer's economic reality is precarious in a way that the show treats lightly but never fully dismisses. And the neighborhood reflects this. Evergreen Terrace is not a wealthy street. It is not a poor street. It is the street that exists in the space between. The street where people work hard and stay in place and tell themselves that staying in place is a form of success. Where the houses look almost the same as they did 20 years ago, because the money for anything more than maintenance hasn't materialized. There is something deeply specific about this geography that the show understands without always saying out loud. Evergreen Terrace is not a sad place. It does not present itself as sad. The people on it get up in the morning and go to work and come home and watch television and love their families in the clumsy, imperfect way that people do. But underneath the ordinary rhythm of it, underneath the dailiness, there's a quiet grief that the architecture embodies. The grief of potential not reached. The grief of the version of the life that was supposed to happen and didn't quite. Not through catastrophe, not through tragedy, just through the slow accumulation of ordinary compromise. Homer had ambitions once. The show has shown us fragments of them. He wanted to be a musician. He wanted to manage a band. He had a brief, luminous period in his young adulthood where the world felt like it was opening rather than closing. And then Marge got pregnant with Bart. And Homer needed a job, a real job, a job with health insurance and a pension, and a parking spot. And the nuclear power plant was hiring. He has been there ever since. That choice is not presented as a tragedy in the show. It is presented as the ordinary shape of an ordinary life. You do what you need to do. You take the job that pays. You set aside the version of yourself that wanted something else, and you find meaning in the version that showed up. But the geography of Evergreen Terrace holds that original ambition like a pressed flower between pages. The house that Homer lives in is not the house that young Homer imagined for himself. It's the house that the job at the power plant made possible. Every room is shaped by that compromise. Now extend this outward, from the house to the street, from the street to the neighborhood, from the neighborhood to the town. Springfield as a whole is organized around the same kind of grief. It is a town that was built for a version of American life that no longer quite exists and that has been maintaining the fiction of that life through sheer collective determination ever since. The downtown area of Springfield, what little we see of it, is a study in economic stasis. Moe's Tavern has been in the same location for the entire run of the show. It has never expanded, never renovated beyond necessity, never changed its core clientele. It is a bar that exists in a particular amber, serving a particular kind of man in a particular kind of despair, and it has been doing so for as long as anyone can remember. Mo Shislak tends bar there with the specific energy of a man who had other plans that fell through so completely that he has made peace with the fact that this is the plan now. The Springfield Mall exists but is rarely portrayed as thriving. When we see it, we see the particular melancholy of a mid-century retail space in slow decline. The kind of mall that once felt like the center of civic life and now echoes slightly in the afternoons. The stores that are named are not aspirational. They are functional. They serve a population that is not shopping for joy, but for necessity. Springfield Elementary, where Bart and Lisa have been students for 36 years, is a building of magnificent institutional sadness. It was not well funded when the show began. It has not been better funded since. Principal Skinner and his staff carry on the work of education with the particular exhaustion of people doing important work with inadequate resources, which is to say they carry on the way teachers everywhere carry on, with a combination of professional commitment and barely suppressed existential crisis. The cafeteria serves food that no one is proud of. The gym equipment is outdated. The library holds books that were relevant in a different decade. And yet Bart and Lisa show up every day. And the teachers show up every day. And the building holds them all in its faded institutional embrace. And the work gets done because the work always gets done, somehow in the specific American way of doing things, without quite enough support and calling that resilience. But here is where the geography of grief gets specific and strange in a way that the show has never directly addressed. Springfield is a town that has experienced an extraordinary number of catastrophic events and has reset after every single one of them, as if the catastrophes never happened. The town has been destroyed by a comet. It has been overrun. It has been sealed under a federal dome. It has survived nuclear near misses, environmental disasters, economic collapses, and events that in any realistic context would permanently alter the physical and psychological landscape of the community. And every time, by the following week, the town is back to normal. Now, the standard explanation for this is episodic storytelling. Each episode is self-contained. The reset is a narrative convention, not a statement about Springfield psychology. This is true. And it is also, when you sit with it long enough, profoundly strange. Because what the show has built across all those resets is a portrait of a town that has an almost supernatural capacity for grief processing. A town that can absorb catastrophe and metabolize it completely within a week, leaving no scar, no visible wound, no institutional memory of what happened. That is not resilience. Resilience implies that you have been through something and come out the other side changed but intact. What Springfield demonstrates is something closer to dissociation. The trauma happens. The community processes it through the specific rituals of outrage and despair and resolution that the show depicts in its third act. And then it is gone. Not healed. Gone. This is the geography of grief in its most architecturally specific form. A town that has designed itself, through whatever combination of necessity and denial, to have no memorial infrastructure, no plaques for the things that happened, no formal acknowledgement of the fires and the floods and the monsters and the near misses, no public space where the community gathers to say, together, we remember this and it matters. Springfield does not have that. Springfield has a present tense and nothing else. Contrast this with the individual characters because this is where the geography of grief gets quietly devastating. The individual characters in Springfield remember. They carry things. The resets happen at the civic level, but underneath the civic level, in the private lives of these yellow, four-fingered, biologically improbable people, the weight of experience accumulates in ways that the show only occasionally lets us see. Marge remembers every version of her marriage, the fights that nearly ended it, the infidelities that were avoided, and the ones that weren't quite. The version of her life she imagined before Homer and the version she has built with him and the quiet, constant negotiation between those two things. She carries all of that. Not loudly, not in ways that demand acknowledgement. But the show, in its quieter moments, lets you see it in her expression, in the specific way she holds herself when Homer does something she has to forgive him for again. Homer remembers his mother, even when the show doesn't make him say so. There are episodes where the shape of Homer's need, the specific hunger for approval that drives so many of his worst decisions, is clearly the negative space left by Mona Simpson's absence. Not the Mona Simpson who is alive and underground, the Mona Simpson that Homer believed was dead for the first 30 years of his life. The mother he mourned before he knew there was anything to mourn. That grief is not organized or articulate. Homer is not an organized or articulate person, but it is there. In the way he responds to being overlooked, in the way he clings to any relationship that offers unconditional acceptance, in the way he has never, not once in 36 years, fully believed that the good things in his life are permanent. Lisa carries the specific grief of being too smart for the room, a grief that does not resolve because the room does not get bigger. She is perpetually overqualified for Springfield in a way that the show presents as charming and occasionally tragic. Her saxophone, which she plays in the middle of the night on the roof while the rest of the family sleeps, is the sound of a person pouring feeling into an instrument because the feeling has nowhere else to go. She loves Springfield. That is the complicated truth about Lisa Simpson that the show handles with great care. She loves it despite everything. She loves the specific, imperfect shape of the life she has there, the family that doesn't always understand her, the town that doesn't always deserve her, the ordinary Wednesday afternoons on Evergreen Terrace that are, underneath all the dysfunction, genuinely warm. And that love is a form of grief, too. To love a place that cannot hold you the way you need to be held is to grieve the gap between what is and what you need. Lisa has been grieving that gap for 36 years with the specific grace of someone who has decided that the loving is worth the grief. Bart's grief is the one the show least acknowledges and most consistently depicts. Bart is the child who is supposed to be different, who has the raw material for something extraordinary, the intelligence, the creativity, the physical courage, the social dexterity, and who has been systematically failed by every institution in Springfield that should have known what to do with him. The school failed him, not through malice, through a combination of undertrained teachers, overwhelmed administrators, and a system designed for a particular kind of student that Bart is emphatically not. His intelligence is not the kind that gets identified in standardized tests. His creativity is not the kind that gets celebrated in curricula. His energy is not the kind that gets managed well in overcrowded classrooms. So Bart fell through the cracks, and the show lets you see what falling through the cracks does to a child over time. It gives him an identity built around the fall. When the institution tells you often enough that you are a problem, you start to organize your entire self around being the problem. You get very good at it. You develop it into an art form. And in doing so, you protect yourself from the grief of knowing that it didn't have to be this way. Bart's pranks, his rebellions, his relentless disruption of every authority structure he encounters are not simply mischief. They are the specific coping mechanism of a child who has made peace with being misunderstood by deciding to be maximally misunderstandable. If they're going to see me wrong, Bart's entire body language communicates, they are going to see me wrong on my terms. That is the geography of Springfield's grief. It is present in every building and every character and every quiet moment between the jokes. It is the specific sadness of a place and a family that have absorbed a great deal, forgiven a great deal, continued a great deal, and never quite found the ceremony that would let any of it be finished. The town keeps going, the family keeps going, the couch keeps receiving them every week. And somewhere beneath the laughter, beneath the reset, beneath the floating timeline and the yellow skin and the four fingers and the cooling towers, the grief accumulates. Not loudly, not in ways that demand your attention, just quietly. The way water accumulates in the basement of an old house. The way love accumulates in a family that doesn't always know how to say it. The way Springfield for 36 years has accumulated all the weight of its impossible, stubborn, uninterrupted existence. If you're still awake, drop a comment with your time and location. And if you want to fall asleep to more lore like this, subscribe. It helps more than you know. Now, settle in. We're just getting started. Section 2. The Whisper Network. Every secret passed between characters that was never explained. There is a particular kind of storytelling that The Simpsons does better than almost any other long-running show in the history of television. It is not the big storytelling. It is not the dramatic reveals and the cliffhangers and the season finales. It is the small storytelling, the aside. The half-line of dialogue that gets buried in a bigger scene. The look that passes between two characters that the camera notices for 1 second and then moves past. The Whisper Network. Springfield is full of things that characters know that we never get explained. Relationships that are implied and never developed. Histories that are gestured at and then sealed. Wounds that are referenced once and never dressed. These are the things we're going to talk about now. Not loudly, not urgently, just the way you'd talk about them with someone lying next to you in the dark. The way you'd say, "Did you ever notice?" and then let the sentence unfold at its own pace. Let's begin with Mo Shislak, because Mo is the character around whom more unexplained history accumulates than almost anyone else in Springfield. Mo tends bar. That is what Mo does. That is apparently what Mo has always done. He is one of the show's most consistent background presences, a man defined by his physical setting and his specific blend of misanthropic warmth. A person who would do almost anything for his friends while simultaneously denying that he has friends. But the show has dropped, across its many seasons, extraordinary fragments of a backstory for Mo that are never fully assembled. Fragments that, when you line them up, suggest a life of astonishing range and loss. Mo was, at various points, an amateur boxer. This is referenced with enough specificity that it feels biographical rather than casual. He had real ability. He competed seriously. And something ended that. The show never quite says what, but there is a particular quality to the way Mo handles certain moments of physical confrontation. A muscle memory that surfaces briefly and then retreats, that suggests the boxing left something in him that the tending bar has never fully covered. Mo speaks multiple languages. This comes up obliquely in moments that are played for surprise rather than explanation. The implication is that Mo's background is more cosmopolitan than his current circumstances suggest. There's a version of Mo's life hinted at in these moments that involved a much wider world than a bar in a mid-sized American town. Mo has been in love. Multiple times in the show's telling, but one loss in particular runs like a fault line beneath his entire characterization. A woman, never fully named, never fully described, existing in the story primarily as an absence that explains the presence of everything else about him. The bar. The specific bitterness that he wears like a second coat. The gruffness that occasionally cracks to reveal something devastatingly tender underneath. The show has gone so far as to depict Mo briefly finding contentment, finding something that might be love, finding a version of his life that feels like it was worth the journey, and then taking it away. Multiple times. In ways that are played for comedy but land, if you've been watching long enough, as something considerably more painful. Because Mo is a person who is not designed by the show to be happy. He exists in a specific narrative function that requires him to be the character who almost gets there, who reaches for the thing and gets close enough to touch it before it recedes. This is a choice the writers make over and over, not carelessly, but with a kind of deliberate, accumulated cruelty that has the effect of a long poem about failure. Mo knows things about Springfield that no one else does. He hears things across the bar. He is present for confidences made under the influence of alcohol that people later pretend they never shared. He knows the specific architecture of his regular customers' marriages, their finances, their fears, their affairs. He holds all of this with the specific discretion of a bartender who understands that his job, in some important sense, is not to remember what he hears. And yet he carries it. You can feel him carrying it. The specific weight of a man who knows more than he is supposed to know about the people he serves. Then there's the matter of Moe's bar itself. The tavern has been the site of an extraordinary range of events over the years. Events that the show depicts and then moves past. It has been the gathering place for the worst impulses of Springfield's male population. The place where bad ideas are incubated over beer, where grievances are stoked, where the social contract is loosened just enough for people to say things they will later need to walk back. It has also been the site, in the show's quieter moments, of something that functions like genuine community. The specific intimacy of men who sit together in the same room every evening and do not talk about anything important but know, without ever saying so, that the sitting together is itself the thing. That presence is a form of love that does not require articulation. Homer's relationship with Moe carries the entire weight of this. Homer goes to the bar almost every day. He goes for the beer, yes, but also for the specific quality of Moe's company, which is uncomplicated in a way that Homer's home life, however beloved, is not. Moe does not need Homer to be better than he is. Moe does not have ambitions for Homer. Moe receives Homer exactly as he arrives, which is a gift that Homer is never fully named, but clearly needs. And Moe, who cannot accept that he has friends, has a friend. Has had a friend for 36 years who shows up at his bar almost every evening and sits on the same stool and orders the same thing, and who, despite being Homer Simpson and therefore improbably flawed in approximately every direction, has never once made Moe feel like the friendship was conditional. That is the unspoken center of Moe's character, and it is the thing the show never quite says directly, but has been depicting for 3.5 decades. Now, let's move to a relationship that runs even deeper, and that the show has almost never addressed directly. Patty and Selma Bouvier, Marge's sisters, exist in the show as a counterpoint to the Simpson marriage. They are the cautionary example. The women who did not find their Homer, who are in different ways still searching, or who have given up the search entirely and made peace with a life organized around each other and their shared devotion to MacGyver and cigarettes. But the show has, across many seasons, dropped fragments of Patty and Selma's actual inner lives that are quietly extraordinary. Selma has been married multiple times, each marriage depicted with the specific dark comedy of someone who approaches the institution with genuine hope and meets each time with a result that confirms the worst thing she half believes about herself: that she is not the kind of person who gets kept. The husbands are played for laughs. Sideshow Bob, Troy McClure, Lionel Hutz, Disco Stew, Rainier Wolfcastle. Each one a specific variety of wrong for Selma, in ways that the show depicts with great comic precision. But underneath the comedy, there is a woman who has tried repeatedly and with genuine vulnerability to build the kind of life that she was told she was supposed to want, and who has found each time that the wanting and the having do not add up to the thing that she saw in the picture. Selma adopted a daughter, Ling. The adoption episode is played with warmth and genuine emotion. A story about a woman who decided that if the life she wanted was not coming to find her, she would build it from what she had. This is depicted as a victory, and it is. It is also, beneath the victory, the specific bittersweet shape of a life that rerouted itself through necessity. Patty's story runs in a different direction. Patty came out as a lesbian in the season 16 episode There's Something About Marrying, making her the first regular character in the show's history to do so. The episode handles this with care. Marge's initial struggle and eventual acceptance is depicted honestly, without dismissing the difficulty of the conversation, while landing clearly on the side of love. But what the show does not do, and what makes Patty's arc one of the most quietly underserved in the series, is follow through on what that revelation means for everything that came before. Because if Patty is gay, and the show establishes this without ambiguity, then all of those years of Patty being cold to Homer were not simply the antipathy of a woman who didn't think her sister's husband was good enough. They were the specific coldness of a woman who was watching her sister organize her life around a man, around the institution of heterosexual marriage, around the exact shape of life that Patty understood. At some level, she may not have fully articulated, even to herself, was not available to her. All those years, all that sourness, not cruelty exactly, not even jealousy in the simple sense, something more complicated. The bitterness of a person who has spent years watching others receive something effortlessly that they could not receive at all, and having no vocabulary in the Springfield of those early seasons for what that bitterness was about. This is the kind of retroactive recontextualization that changes the texture of everything you've already seen. But the show does not linger on it. The coming out happens, Marge accepts it, and the following week, Patty is back in her usual position. Same as before, the history not exactly forgotten, but not exactly examined either. The Whisper Network operates in smaller registers too. There are recurring background characters in Springfield whose entire function is to suggest a story that the show has no intention of telling. Sanjay Nahasapima Petalan, Apu's brother. He appears rarely, usually in the context of the Quick E-Mart. He has a family. The show gestures at this. His domestic life is implied without being developed. And there is something in those brief appearances, a quality of a person living inside a narrative that was designed for someone else, that suggests a much larger inner life than the show ever has occasion to explore. The Van Houten family, Milhouse's parents, who separated and then reunited in ways the show depicts, with the particular awkwardness of a child watching adults perform reconciliation. Lewin Van Houten, who after the divorce built a life of surprising independence and confidence, who briefly became something that the show rarely allows female characters to be, which is visibly better off after leaving a marriage than she was inside it. And then the show walked that back, had her and Kirk try again. Because the story of a woman who is manifestly more alive and more herself after a divorce does not fit easily into a show organized around the proposition that family, however messy, is the center around which everything else should orbit. That rollback is itself a kind of whisper, a thing the show said and then unsaid, an acknowledgement that it had almost gone somewhere and had thought better of it. Nelson Muntz carries one of the most heartbreaking whisper stories in Springfield. Nelson is a bully. This is his narrative function. He provides the laugh, the mocking dismissal, the ha-ha. But the show has, with great care across many seasons, shown you where the bullying comes from in a way that makes it impossible to laugh at without also feeling the specific weight of what you're laughing at. Nelson's home life is catastrophically neglected. His mother, when she appears at all, is a figure of chaos and absence, a woman whose own struggles have left her with nothing to give a child who desperately needs giving. His father is referenced in Man, and sometimes appears and is, each time a person who cannot be relied upon. Nelson has been raising himself in a deteriorating house with insufficient food and insufficient supervision for as long as the show has known him. The mocking laugh is not meanness. It is the defensive architecture of a child who learned very early that being the one who laughs means being, at least briefly, the one with power in the situation rather than the one without. Nelson loves Lisa. This is one of the show's most carefully handled threads. The improbable tenderness between the school's smartest, most privileged child and its most visibly disadvantaged one. They have dated, in the show's episodic way, and in those episodes, something in Nelson relaxes. The defensive laugh softens, the posture of aggression drops, and you see briefly the person that Nelson would have been if things had been different. The show knows this is there. It returns to it. It has not resolved it, which is either a failure of imagination or the show's most accurate depiction of a truth that does not resolve, which is that the softening, however real, does not fix the conditions that required the hardening in the first place. Springfield is full of these whispers. Groundskeeper Willie, who came from Scotland under circumstances the show renders with increasing sadness the more it returns to them. A man with a genuine past, a genuine loss, a genuine reason for the specific intensity with which he cares for the school grounds that is not simply comic, but is, in its way, a form of devotion. You take care of the space you have. You give it what it needs. You show up every day. Willie understands, in his large and inarticulate way, that this is what you do. Principal Skinner, even before the Armen Tamsarian revelation, carries the specific weight of a man who almost got out, who went to war and came back changed in ways Springfield does not have a framework for, who has organized his adult life around the structure of the school because structure is what you hold on to when everything else is uncertain, who has a relationship with his mother Agnes that the show plays for laughs. But that is, beneath the laughs, a genuine portrait of a very specific kind of love. The love between a parent and a child where the dependency runs in the wrong direction for too long, and neither person knows how to change the direction without changing everything. And Agnes herself, who the show presents as a grotesque, a cartoon of maternal domination, but who is, if you look at the moments when the performance drops, a woman of considerable intelligence and absolutely no outlet for it. Who has spent her life in a small town where the options available to women of her generation were profoundly limited. Who channeled everything she had into her relationship with Seymour because Seymour was the thing she had. And who does not have the language, or perhaps the willingness, to acknowledge that the intensity of her holding on has become the thing that prevents him from being the person she always said she wanted him to be. The Whisper Network runs under all of it. All the ordinary complexity of lives lived in proximity, the things people know about each other and pretend not to know, the things people need from each other and are too proud or too afraid to ask for, the private griefs and private joys and private histories that make a community, that make any collection of people in close proximity over a long period of time into something that is richer and stranger and more layered than any single episode can contain. Springfield is not a cartoon town, it is a real town. It just happens to be rendered in yellow. And the things its people whisper to each other in the margins, the things they hold without saying, the stories they carry in their bodies and their habits, and the specific way they hold themselves when certain subjects come up, those things are as real as anything in a town you could find on a map. More real, maybe, because they have had 36 years to accumulate. The bar closes at 2. The lights on Evergreen Terrace go out one by one. And all of Springfield settles into the particular quiet of a place that knows more than it says and has decided, collectively, that the knowing is enough. You don't always have to say the thing. Sometimes you just carry it. Sometimes carrying it is its own kind of love. Section 3. The grief beneath the laughs. Every death the show buried and never revisited. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. It was built on the premise that the dysfunctions of an ordinary American family, when pushed to their cartoonish extremes, are funny. And for 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, it has delivered on that premise with enough consistency to become the longest-running, scripted primetime show in American television history. But underneath the comedy, beneath the timing and the callbacks, and the perfect comic rhythm of a Springfield mob forming and dispersing and forming again, there is a show that has dealt with death more honestly, more carefully, and more frequently than almost anything else in the history of animated television. And it has dealt with it in a particular way. Not with ceremony, not with the sustained, explicit grief that a dramatic show would bring, but with the specific, sideways, imprecise honesty of a family comedy that knows its audience watches with one eye and a bowl of cereal, and has decided that the best way to sneak truth past that kind of attention is to embed it in something ordinary, something that looks like a joke until you're lying in the dark thinking about it, and it doesn't feel like a joke anymore. Let's start with the most famous death in the show's history. Not Homer's father, not a Springfield secondary character. The death of Maud Flanders. Maud Flanders was Ned's wife. She was warm, earnest, devoutly religious, a good mother to Rod and Todd, and a good neighbor to a family that was often not easy to neighbor. She was, in the specific vocabulary of The Simpsons, a person who deserved better than what the show gave her. What the show gave her was a death by t-shirt cannon. At a NASCAR race, Maud was struck by a promotional t-shirt that misfired from the trackside cannon, a t-shirt that was intended for Homer, who moved out of the way. The physics of the situation killed Maud and let Homer live, which is, depending on how you read it, either a darkly comic statement about the randomness of fate, or the show's most explicit engagement with the specific theological question of why bad things happen to good people. Because Ned is the good person. Ned is the man who does everything right, who prays every morning, who treats his neighbors with a generosity they rarely reciprocate, who has built his entire identity around the conviction that living by his principles will be rewarded. And the show has his wife killed by a t-shirt, not by a disease, not by a tragedy that has weight and shape and a narrative that builds toward it, by an absurdity, by the specific casual randomness of a promotional item at a sporting event. The comedy of the death, and the show plays it with comic beats, is the thing that makes it most disturbing. Because comedy in this context is a mirror held up to the actual texture of loss, which is frequently not dramatic or meaningful or narratively satisfying. It is frequently absurd. It is frequently t-shirt cannon. What happens to Ned after Maud's death is one of the most carefully observed grief arcs in the show's history. And the show does something very smart with it. It lets Ned grieve slowly. It does not reset him immediately. He carries the loss across multiple seasons in ways that are never fully the focus of an episode, but that are present in the background of everything he does. His relationship with Rod and Todd, already warm, deepens into something fiercer and more deliberate. His religiosity intensifies, and then, in certain moments, shows cracks, the specific cracks of a faith that is being tested by the specific empirical evidence that good behavior does not protect the people you love. And the show lets those cracks show without resolving them. This is unusual. The show's normal mode is resolution. Things get worked out by the end of the episode. The status quo is restored. But Maud's death is a status quo that cannot be restored. She is gone. Ned is a widower. Rod and Todd are motherless. That is the new status quo, and the show, to its credit, honors it. The boys, Rod and Todd, are among the show's most carefully drawn casualties of grief. They are children who lost their mother and who are being raised by a father who loves them deeply and who is, despite all his virtues, doing so through the specific distortions of his own religious framework. The show is gentle with this. It is not unkind to Ned's parenting, but it allows itself, in moments, to observe the specific strangeness of two children whose grief has been organized almost entirely around a theological vocabulary that tells them their mother is in a better place and that the correct response to her absence is faith and patience and the suppression of the specific untheological rawness of missing her. Todd, the younger one, has nightmares. This is referenced more than once. Nightmares about things that a child who has processed his mother's death through the framework of hellfire and heavenly reward might plausibly have nightmares about. The dreams are not explained. They are mentioned in passing as background to a scene about something else, but they are there. A small boy dreaming badly in a house that smells of casseroles brought by neighbors and something else. Something harder to name that is the specific scent of an absence. Maud's death is the show's most explicit engagement with grief as a permanent condition. But it is not the only death the show has buried without sufficient ceremony. There is Bleeding Gums Murphy. Bleeding Gums. Murphy was Lisa's mentor, her musical hero. The saxophonist who played alone on the bridge in the early hours of the morning, and who, in the episode Moaning Lisa, recognized something in Lisa's playing and gave her the most important gift a mentor can give, which is the gift of being fully seen and fully heard by someone whose opinion you respect. Their relationship is built in a single episode and is immediately one of the most emotionally resonant connections in the show's history. Murphy is the person who tells Lisa that her sadness is not a problem to be fixed, but a truth to be honored through music. He is the person who teaches her that the saxophone is not an escape from feeling, but a vessel for it. He gives her a language, and then he dies. He dies of apparently long-standing illness. He has been sick, the show implies, for some time. The specific illness is not named with precision, because naming it precisely would require a gravity that the show, at the time of his death, is not quite prepared to sustain. He dies, and Lisa mourns him, and the show handles the mourning with genuine tenderness. But what is interesting is where his death sits in the show's geography. Murphy is a black man. He is one of the most clearly drawn and most deeply meaningful black characters in the show's early history. And he dies in an episode that is, in many ways, about what happens to the people who give everything to an art form that does not return the giving in material terms. He dies having been great and having been known by a small girl in a middle-class Springfield house and not much else. The show does not linger on what this means. It gives Lisa her grief. It lets her play Jingle Bells at the television after watching a tribute performance and produces one of the most quietly heartbreaking images in the show's history. And then it moves on. Murphy does not appear again in any significant way. He is gone. And in his going, a particular thread in Lisa's story, the thread about what it means to have a mentor and to lose them and to have to carry the music they gave you without them, is also gone. There is Dr. Nick Riviera, who is not dead, but whose function in the show is that of a man who should have caused many deaths, and may have caused some that the show elected not to examine. Dr. Nick is Springfield's cut-rate physician, the doctor who will perform any procedure, prescribe any medication, and provide any diagnosis that the patient wants to hear rather than the one that accurate medicine would deliver. He is played for laughs, He is one of the show's great comedy constructs. But within the logic of a town that has been living downwind of a nuclear facility for decades, a town whose population is demonstrably medically impaired, the presence of a doctor whose defining characteristic is medical negligence is not funny in the way a joke is funny. It is funny in the way that the specific failures of the American healthcare system are funny, which is to say, it is not funny at all. It is devastating, and the comedy is the disguise the devastation wears to get past your defenses. The show has depicted multiple episodes in which characters face serious medical crises and are in the care of medical professionals who are either incompetent or compromised, or simply absent in the ways that matter. Homer's repeated cardiac events are treated with a mixture of genuine medical intervention and comic deflation. But the underlying portrait of a man who works in close proximity to radioactive material and whose health care is intermittent and inadequate is not a joke. It is a fairly accurate portrait of the healthcare reality of a particular class of American worker. And the deaths that are implied but never depicted, the deaths that live in the statistical background of a town with Springfield's environmental profile, the elevated cancer rates that a nuclear facility with 342 safety violations should produce, the respiratory illnesses, the developmental disorders, these are the deaths that the show cannot show, because showing them would change the genre entirely. But they are there. In the same way that a three-eyed fish is there, suggesting something larger and darker and more permanent than the comedy of its depiction. Then there is Frank Grimes, or Grimy, as he liked to be called. Frank Grimes is one of the most deliberately tragic figures in the show's history. A man introduced for the specific purpose of dying as a commentary on everything Homer Simpson represents and gets away with. Grimes arrived in Springfield in a single episode, Homer's Enemy, which is widely considered one of the darkest episodes in the show's history, and which is, in this context, essential. Grimes had done everything right. He had survived a difficult childhood through his own effort. He had educated himself. He had worked hard and built competence and earned professional credentials. He was in every measurable way a better nuclear safety inspector than Homer Simpson. He was more knowledgeable, more conscientious, more committed to the actual work of ensuring that a nuclear facility did not irradiate an entire town. And in Springfield, this got him killed, not directly, not through malice exactly, through the specific cruelty of a system that rewards Homer's charm and luck and lovability regardless of his competence, while rewarding Grimes's competence with nothing except the continuous experience of watching Homer fail upward. Grimes lost his mind. He snapped. He deliberately began imitating Homer's carelessness, mimicking Homer's habit of touching live electrical equipment with casual disregard, and was electrocuted. At his funeral, Homer falls asleep and calls out in his sleep for more beers. And the mourners laugh. The mourners laugh at Frank Grimes' funeral, at the man who worked his entire life to be excellent and died because the town he lived in had no use for excellence. And then the episode ends. And the next week, Homer is back at his station. And Frank Grimes is gone. And the show never mentions him again in any sustained way. Except for one brief, devastating moment many seasons later, when Homer runs into Grimes' son, who is attempting to get revenge on Homer for his father's death. This is played for comedy. The revenge plot fails. Homer survives. And Grimes' son disappears back into the Springfield background. Another person organized by a grief the show does not intend to fully acknowledge. But Frank Grimes is not forgotten by the people who are paying attention. He is the ghost in the machine of Homer's continued employment. He is the cost that the show's premise demands but refuses to pay. The cost of Homer Simpson's 36 years of cheerful, lovable, genuinely dangerous incompetence at a nuclear facility. Every time Homer walks into the plant and sits down and falls asleep at his console, and the cooling towers continue to leak, and the fish continue to mutate, and the town continues to glow faintly in the direction of the river, Frank Grimes is there. Not as a ghost in the literal sense, as a reminder of what the show is saying under its breath about the relationship between competence and reward, between effort and outcome, between the world as it should work and the world as Springfield actually works, which is the same world we live in. That is the grief the show is always talking about and never quite saying. The grief of a system that does not distribute its consequences fairly, that lets some people fall and some people be caught, and calls the difference between them character, when it is actually nothing more than the specific luck of which town you were born in and which couch you were sitting on when the t-shirt cannon fired. Maud Flanders is dead. Bleeding Gums Murphy is dead. Frank Grimes is dead. 100 anonymous Springfield residents have died in background fires and floods and resets. And Homer Simpson, who works at a nuclear power plant and has an IQ of 55 and has caused an uncountable number of near catastrophes, is alive. He is always alive. He will always be alive. Not because he deserves to be, because the dream requires him, because Springfield needs him, because the show is not about justice. It has never been about justice. It is about love. It is about the specific, irrational, persistent love of a family that should not work and does, of a town that should not exist and does, of a man who should have destroyed everything and has, somehow, despite everything, held most of it together. And grief, in this context, is not the end of love. It is love continuing in the absence of the thing it was directed at. It is Ned praying to a God who has not answered in 15 years. It is Lisa playing saxophone in the middle of the night. It is Homer falling asleep at Grimes's funeral and saying something inappropriate, and the people around him laughing because laughter is the only ceremony Springfield has for the things it cannot fix. Breathe in, breathe out. The lights are low. The town is quiet. Somewhere in Springfield, someone is grieving something in the particular, unannounced way that Springfield grieves things. Not loudly, not with ceremony, just carrying it, just showing up, just continuing. That is enough. In Springfield, that has always been enough. Section 4. The children who shouldn't exist. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie's hidden origin threads. Something the show has never made the focus of a single episode, but has embedded in the DNA of its entire run, is this. The Simpson children were not supposed to happen the way they happened. Not in the sense that they are accidents, not exactly, but in the sense that each of them arrived at a moment when the life that was supposed to be is not quite the life that is. And each of them is shaped in ways visible and invisible by the gap between those two things. Let us begin with Bart, because Bart is the child who changed everything and was the first to do so. Homer and Marge were young. This is not in dispute. The precise age varies depending on which version of the backstory the show is running in any given season. The floating timeline does its work here too. But the consistent element is that they were young and in love and not quite ready when Marge got pregnant. The show has depicted the moment Homer found out about Bart's coming existence in multiple different ways across the years, but each version contains the same emotional core. Homer was not prepared. He had ambitions, loose and not fully articulated, but present. Ambitions for a kind of freedom and a kind of self-discovery that becoming a father at that age foreclosed. The wedding happened because Marge was pregnant. Not only because of that, the love was real. The show is clear about the love. But the timeline of commitment was accelerated by Bart's existence before he even existed. And then Bart arrived, and he was exactly what Homer was not prepared for. Not simply a child, but this child, this specific, relentless, brilliant, infuriating, impossible child who demanded something from his environment that his environment had no framework to provide. Bart needed a different father than Homer, and has had to make do with Homer, which is both a constraint and, in the show's deepest telling, a gift that neither of them can fully articulate. Homer does not know how to be the father that Bart needs. But Homer also, in his imprecise, chaotic, deeply loving way, has given Bart something that a more conventional father would not have: the permission to be impossible. The example of a man who defies every reasonable expectation of what an adult should look like and somehow continues to be loved. Bart learned from Homer that the rules are negotiable, that failure is survivable, that the thing you are not supposed to do is sometimes, when you do it with enough energy and enough conviction, the thing that makes you. This is not a lesson a more competent parent would have taught. It is the specific lesson of a flawed one. But here is where the hidden thread in Bart's origin runs deeper than the comic surface of the story. Bart has intelligence that Springfield has no use for. This is the tragedy the show has been building for 36 years, without ever quite completing. His creativity, his social intelligence, his ability to read a room and respond to it faster than anyone around him, his physical courage, his improvisational brilliance. These are not small gifts. They are not negligible. In a different environment, in a school with resources and a pedagogy designed for a mind like his, Bart Simpson might have become extraordinary in ways that the show occasionally lets you glimpse in the flash-forward episodes. Instead, he is at Springfield Elementary, where the educational infrastructure is insufficient and the teachers are exhausted, and the system has him labeled as a problem before he walks in the door. The label is self-fulfilling. Bart performs the role of the problem with escalating brilliance because the role is the only one available to him in this particular theater. There is an episode, one of the show's most genuinely moving, where Bart studies for a test and passes it. He puts in the work. He discovers that the work produces results. He feels briefly the specific satisfaction of competence earned through effort. And then the test is shown to have been graded incorrectly, and Bart is told he actually failed. And the window that briefly opened closes. The show plays this mostly for laughs, but what it has depicted is the moment when a child who is reaching toward a different version of himself was pushed back by a system that could not accommodate the reaching. And Bart learns from this, as he learns from everything, by integrating the lesson into his armor. The lesson being that trying and not being recognized for the trying is worse than not trying at all. Lisa's origin is different. Lisa was the second child, the one who arrived after Homer and Marge had settled into the shape of their life, and discovered, with something between surprise and delight, that they had more love to give. Lisa was planned, in the loose way that things are planned, in a household that runs on optimism and improvisation. She was wanted, and she arrived being what she is: brilliant, earnest, capable of empathy at a depth and breadth that should be, by rights, a gift the community around her would recognize and to celebrate. Springfield does not know what to do with Lisa. The show has been depicting this incompatibility for 36 years with great care and no resolution, because the incompatibility is not resolvable. Lisa is too much for Springfield in ways that Springfield cannot see, because seeing would require acknowledging that the town's median level of engagement with the world is insufficient to the world, which is not a thing a town can afford to acknowledge if it wants to continue as it is. So Lisa is loved and misunderstood by her family. She is tolerated and occasionally celebrated by her school. She is the town's conscience and its most persistent reminder that the things it ignores have consequences, and she is 8 years old. That is the hidden grief in Lisa's origin. The gap between who she is and what her environment can offer her. The fact that she arrived in this family and in this town fully formed and has spent 36 years developing without ever finding the soil that can hold her roots. The question the show never quite answers is whether Springfield can survive Lisa growing up. Because a Lisa Simpson who reaches adulthood in the full flower of her gifts is a Lisa Simpson who leaves, who has to leave. Not because she doesn't love Springfield, but because Springfield cannot contain the life she is capable of. And the show understands, without always saying, that the love is real and the leaving is also real. And the gap between them is the defining tragedy of Lisa's entire arc. Maggie is the most complicated origin of all because Maggie arrived in a moment of ambivalence that the show has never pretended was anything else. Homer and Marge's third pregnancy happened after Homer had briefly escaped his situation. He had quit the power plant. He had, in one of the show's great acts of narrative optimism, walked away from the job that defined his limitations and into a different version of his life. And then Marge was pregnant again, and Homer went back to the plant. He took the pin that Burns gave him, the one that said, "Don't forget, you're here forever," and he turned it into something else. He put pictures of Maggie around it so that what it said instead was, "Do it for her." This is one of the most famous images in the show's history. It is played as triumph, as the specific alchemy by which a cage becomes a choice through the operation of love. And it is that. It is genuinely that. But it is also, if you sit with it long enough, the image of a man who went back to the thing that was diminishing him because the alternative required a courage he did not have at that moment, and who chose instead to reframe the diminishment as devotion. To make the trap into a love story, which is exactly what it is. Both of those things at once. Maggie, born into this, born into the moment when Homer stopped running and went back, is the child of that choice. And perhaps that is part of why Maggie is the way she is, why she is silent, why she watches and processes and understands at a depth that should not be possible for a 1-year-old. Maggie is the child of the moment when her father chose the small, certain, bounded life over the large, uncertain, possible one. And she has been since the moment of her first breath, taking the measure of what that means. There is a reading of the Simpson family that places Maggie at its moral center. Not Homer, whose warmth and charisma and lovability make him the emotional center, and not Lisa, whose intelligence makes her the intellectual center, but Maggie. The one who has seen everything and said nothing. The one who has been present for every fight and every reconciliation and every near miss and every ordinary Thursday, and has absorbed all of it with those enormous eyes and that absolute deliberate silence. Maggie knows what the family is. She knows it the way only an observer can know it, without the distortions of participation, without the rationalizations that the people inside the moments use to make the moments bearable. She sees her parents with a clarity that neither of her siblings can manage because her siblings are old enough to have opinions and young enough to be hurt by them. Maggie is young enough and, paradoxically, wise enough to simply see. What she does with what she sees is the show's final unanswered question, the one that all the others circle, the one that sits at the heart of the Simpson family like a room no one has opened yet. Now let's talk about something the show has kept almost entirely in the margins. The children the Simpson family almost had. The paths not taken. The show has, in various flash-forward episodes, depicted futures in which Bart and Lisa and Maggie have grown into versions of themselves that are sometimes hopeful and sometimes devastating. In Lisa's Wedding, set in a future 2010 that was already outdated by the time it aired, Lisa is 23 and engaged to an Englishman named Hugh and on the verge of the kind of life that her intelligence and ambition always promised. And the episode's emotional core is about whether she can take that life without losing what she loves about the family she came from. The resolution is that she can't, not fully. The wedding doesn't happen, not in that form. Hugh cannot love what Lisa loves about her family, and Lisa, discovering this, cannot fully leave the family behind to take the life he offers. It is a beautiful episode and a quietly devastating one. Because what it depicts is not a failure of love, exactly. It depicts the specific friction between who Lisa has become and where she came from. The friction that every person who outgrows their origins feels, and that most people, if they are lucky, manage to navigate without having to fully choose one over the other. Lisa doesn't have to fully choose in the show's eternal present. Because in the eternal present, she is still 8. She has not yet grown into the person who will have to make that negotiation. She is still at the kitchen table, still doing homework, still playing saxophone, still having the fight she has been having with Springfield for 36 years. The fight she can only have because she has not yet had to leave. Bart's futures are various and often grim. He becomes a lawyer in one version. He becomes a mechanic in another. He drifts. He fails in ways that are not surprising given what the show has shown about his education and his environment. He shows up in flash forwards as a man whose potential was spent in a particular direction and whose later life carries the specific weight of the potential he didn't get to spend. But the show also shows Bart in these futures with something that surprises you every time. Grace. Not the grace of a man who has achieved what he intended to achieve, but the grace of a man who has made his peace with the gap between what he intended and what happened. Who has found a way to be okay that does not require the circumstances to be different than they are. Which is, in its way, the same thing as Father found. The same alchemy, the same transformation of limitation into something that, if not quite love, is at least a form of acceptance that looks like it from the outside. The three Simpson children are each a different answer to the same question, which is what do you do with the life you are given when it is not the life you were supposed to have? Bart fights it. Lisa illuminates it. Maggie is still deciding. And somewhere underneath all of that, underneath all the noise and the chaos and the couch gags and the resets, 3 children are growing up in a yellow house on Evergreen Terrace in a town that doesn't exist on any map. And they are becoming, in the specific, improbable, beautiful way that children become, exactly who they are. Not who the show planned, not who the flash forwards promised, not who Springfield deserves, who they are. That is the hidden origin thread, the one that runs beneath all the others. The thread that says, these children arrived despite everything and in spite of everything and because of everything. And they are here and they are real and they are more than the sum of the complications that preceded them. They always were. Section 5. The Women Springfield Erased. Marge, Patty, Selma, and the lives they surrendered. There is a scene early in the show's run, early enough that the animation is still slightly different. The lines a little rougher, the color palette a little more muted, where Marge is standing at the kitchen sink. She is washing dishes. The camera holds on her for a moment longer than it needs to, longer than the joke requires. And in that extra second, Marge Bouvier Simpson is doing the thing she has been doing for 36 years. She is being quietly extraordinary in a context that does not see extraordinary. She is keeping everything together. She is the load-bearing wall of the Simpson house. She is the person who absorbs every impulse and every disaster and every Monday morning and converts them through some internal process that the show depicts but is never fully explained, into a household that functions, into a family that persists. And the show knows that this is remarkable and has never quite found the way to say so directly. Instead, it shows you Marge at the sink. It shows you Marge awake at 3 in the morning when everyone else is asleep, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea and an expression that is not unhappy, but is not entirely at peace either. It shows you Marge in the specific suspended animation of a person who has chosen her life and means that choice and is also, in the private hours, fully aware of the cost. The cost is everything she surrendered in becoming Marge Simpson. Let's talk about who Marge was before. Marge Bouvier was a person of considerable ability. The show has shown us fragments of this in the episode-length explorations of her pre-Homer life and in the recurring storylines that follow what happens when Marge pursues something outside the domestic sphere. She was an artist. This is one of the most sustained and heartbreaking threads in her characterization. Marge has genuine talent, technical skill, and something beyond technical skill. The specific vision that distinguishes art from competent reproduction. The show has depicted her work with care. It has shown what she is capable of. And it has shown with equal care the specific mechanisms by which Springfield and her family life and the demands of the domestic economy she manages have consistently prevented that talent from finding its full expression. She paints when the children are at school and Homer is at work. She has a brief, luminous period in at least one episode where her painting attracts real attention, where people outside her household recognize what she is doing as something of value. And then the episode's complications intrude, and the recognition recedes, and Marge is back at the sink. This is not depicted as tragedy in the explicit sense. The show does not hold up a sign that says this is a waste. It is too sophisticated for that. Instead, it simply shows you the painting and shows you the sink, and lets the gap between them do the work. Marge attempted a career in real estate. She passed her license exam with genuine effort and achieved real success. The show celebrated this. And then the complications of the plot, the specific way that Simpsons episodes resolve toward the status quo, meant that the real estate career did not persist. Not because Marge was not capable, because the narrative required her return to the kitchen. She became a police officer. She was good at it. Genuinely, demonstrably good at it. She had the physical courage and the psychological steadiness and the judgment that the job requires. She thrived. And then the job's demands conflicted with the family's needs, and she chose the family because Marge always chooses the family, because that is who she is, and because the show's premise requires it. This is not a criticism of Marge. It is an observation about what the show has done with her. Marge Simpson is the most capable member of her family and has had to spend 36 years not being allowed to be fully what she is capable of being. The show has given her career after career and then ended each career, returned her to the domestic center of the story, and called this love. It is love, that is the infuriating truth of it. Marge's devotion to her family is not performance, and it is not resignation. It is genuine. The kitchen is not a prison for Marge. It is the place where the things she most values live. And choosing to orient your life around those things is a valid choice. It is in many ways the most honest thing she does. But the show has also, in its smarter moments, allowed Marge to register the grief of the other lives not lived. The painting that did not have an audience, the career that did not have continuity, the version of herself that existed before she was anyone's mother or anyone's wife. That woman, the Marge Bouvier who had her whole life in front of her and had not yet made the choices that would define its shape, exists in the background of every episode. Present in the specific way that an earlier self is always present, as the thing you were before you became the thing you are. Patty and Selma are, in the show's architecture, the alternative to Marge's path. They are the women who did not marry Homer, who did not make the same choice, and who are presented, for most of the show's run, as evidence of what Marge avoided. Their lives are depicted as narrow and bitter and sustained by shared bitterness and cigarettes, and a devotion to a television show about a competent man that serves as a proxy for the competent man they do not have. This is the show being unkind to its secondary female characters in a way that it is sometimes guilty of. The narrative function of Patty and Selma is to make Marge's choice look good by providing the counterexample. They are the road not taken, rendered unappealing enough to confirm that Marge's road was the right one. But here's what the show does not say, and what becomes visible if you look carefully enough. Patty and Selma have each other. They have a primary relationship, a bond of complete understanding and mutual support that predates Homer and will outlast him. They are a unit in a way that most of the married couples in Springfield are not. They do not require a man to complete their domestic arrangement. They have already completed it between themselves. The cigarettes and the bitterness and the MacGyver obsession are not symbols of emptiness. They are the specific texture of a life that has organized itself differently, less conventionally, around female friendship rather than heterosexual partnership, around the particular intimacy of two people who have known each other their entire lives and who have made peace with being known. Selma's serial marriages are not a pathetic search for a man. They are, if you look at them sideways, experiments. Attempts to find out if the conventional arrangement has something to offer that her current arrangement does not. Tests that each time return a negative result. The conventional arrangement, as Selma discovers again and again, offers the external validation of the institution, but not the depth of being truly known. She already has the being truly known. She has had it all along. Patty's coming out, which we discussed in the previous section, recontextualizes all of this, but it also recontextualizes Patty and Selma's relationship in a specific way. The bond between them was never simply sisters who happened to share a room. It was, at least on Patty's side, a primary attachment in a life that could not, in the Springfield of those early decades, find the conventional structure for the love it contained. There is something quietly beautiful in this, something the show gestures at without quite saying. Two women who built a life together, not despite the absence of the conventional framework, in some ways because of it. Then there is the woman the show has given the least narrative space and the most emotional weight. Luann Van Houten. Luann married Kirk. Kirk is a man of spectacular inadequacy, not malicious, not cruel, simply profoundly unsuited to the demands of adult life in ways that he cannot see and therefore cannot address. He is a man who peaked in high school in ways that were not visible at the time and who has spent the subsequent decades discovering, progressively, that the man he believed he was is not the man he actually is. The marriage to Luann was, you sense, the specific marriage of two people who were young and in love and who discovered, over years, that love is insufficient in the absence of the other things. Respect, perhaps. The ability to meet someone as an equal. The willingness to be honest about your limitations, rather than performing a self that is larger than you are. Kirk cannot do these things. He tries in his way, but his trying is always in the key of someone who is performing improvement rather than achieving it. When Luann left Kirk, the show briefly let her be what she was, free. Specifically, visibly, physically free. She got her hair done differently. She wore clothes that expressed something about her that the years with Kirk had muffled. She laughed in a way that sounded like she had remembered it was allowed. This is one of the most honest things The Simpsons has ever depicted. The specific liberation of a woman leaving a marriage that required her to be smaller than she was. Not because Kirk was a monster, because the shape of their arrangement had, over time, required Luann to make herself fit into a space that was not quite large enough for her, and leaving had at last given her room to expand back to her actual size. And then the show had her take Kirk back, because the show is always, at its core, about families staying together, because the premise demands the reunion, because having Luann be better off alone than in her marriage was a truth that the show was not entirely ready to sustain. She took him back. The hair went back to its previous configuration. The clothes went back to their previous shape. And Luann Van Houten was once again in the arrangement she had left. This is not a judgment. People go back. People find that freedom is lonelier than they expected, and the familiar, even the inadequate familiar, is a form of warmth. This is true in life, and the show is depicting something true. But the brief window of Luann and her freedom is one of the show's most honest portraits of what is possible for a woman who stops performing the version of herself that a particular relationship requires. And the closing of that window is one of its most honest admissions of why such windows so often close. The women of Springfield are not all erased in the same way. Some are erased by leaving the show's frame of attention entirely, like the many background mothers who appear at school events and in church and at town meetings and who have no names and no histories and who exist to populate the frame with the texture of community. Some are erased by being reduced to a single defining characteristic, a bitterness, a sexuality, a devotion that the show uses as a shorthand and never expands beyond. But the central women, Marge and Patty and Selma and Luann, and the others who get recurring attention, are not erased. They are present, they are there, the show sees them. What the show has done with these women is something more complicated than erasure. It has seen them clearly and then chosen, again and again, the story that keeps them where they are. Not maliciously, not carelessly, out of the specific commitment to a premise that says, family is the center, that the shape of this particular family must be preserved, that the things that would change the shape, including letting the women in it fully realize their potential in directions that take them outside the kitchen and the family room and the particular gravitational field of Homer and his needs, cannot be allowed to fully unfold. And the women of Springfield, who are not stupid, who see this clearly, who feel the pull of the other lives they are not living, do what Marge has always done. They continue. They absorb. They carry. They stand at the sink and look out the window, and the camera holds on them for 1 second longer than the joke requires. And in that extra second, the whole cost is visible, and the whole love is visible. And the show, in that specific moment of attention, honors both. Section 6. The supporting characters with shattered backstories. Nobody talks about. There is a particular depth of world building that you only achieve by running a show for 36 years. Not the planned depth, the depth that is designed in writers' rooms and mapped on boards and developed through intentional arcs. The unplanned depth, the depth that accretes in the margins, in the half-jokes, and the background details in the one-line character histories that writers include because they need to explain why a character does a thing in this particular episode, and which, once included, become part of the permanent record. Springfield is full of this depth. The town has been accumulating character history for 3.5 decades, and much of it has accumulated in the people who are not the Simpsons. In the background, residents, the recurring secondary figures, the people who show up every few episodes to do their specific job in the story, and who carry, in their manner and their dialogue, and the specific way they hold themselves, the weight of a history that the show has deposited in them over time without always knowing what to do with it. Let's sit with some of these people tonight. Krusty the Clown is perhaps the character with the most thoroughly documented backstory outside the Simpson family, and it is a backstory that is almost entirely composed of loss. Krusty's real name is Herschel Schmoikel Pinchas Yerukum Krustovsky. He is the son of a rabbi, Rabbi Hyman Krustovsky, who is one of the show's most carefully drawn supporting characters. A man of genuine spiritual depth and genuine human limitation. The relationship between Krusty and his father is one of the show's sustained tragedies. A man who wanted his son to follow him into religious life, and a son who chose a different calling and whose choice created a rupture that took decades to partially heal. The episode Like Father, Like Clown depicts this with an emotional honesty that catches you off guard. Krusty is estranged from his father. He has been estranged for decades. He cannot eat a meal without looking like he is carrying something too heavy for his frame. And when Bart and Lisa, of all people, help broker a reconciliation, the scene of Krusty and his father embracing is one of the most genuinely moving moments in the show's run. But the show has also been honest about the fact that one emotional breakthrough does not resolve a lifetime of estrangement. Krusty's relationship with his father improved. His relationship with himself did not fundamentally, not lastingly. He is still a man organized around a deep wound that the grease paint covers but does not heal. The clown is the armor. It always was. Krusty is also an addict. This is referenced throughout the show with a specificity and a consistency that suggests genuine knowledge of addiction on the part of the writers. He is addicted to gambling, most explicitly, but the show implies a broader pattern of compulsive behavior, the kind of pattern that emerges from a person who has a large amount of pain and an insufficient framework for processing it, and who has discovered, over decades of trial and error, the specific substances and behaviors that create temporary relief. The clown show is the oldest and most persistent of these behaviors. The grease paint is the costume, yes, but it is also the identity. Being Krusty the Clown gives Herschel Krustovsky a self that is separate from the damaged private person. It gives him a context in which he knows who to be and how to be it. When the cameras are rolling and the children are laughing and the credits are running, Krusty knows exactly who he is. It is the rest of the time that is the problem. The rest of the time, without the cameras and the children and the grease paint, Krusty is a man in late middle age who has burned most of his relationships and spent most of his money and has very little to show for a life that, from the outside, looks like success. He has a daughter. This is one of the show's most quietly poignant threads. Sophie, his illegitimate daughter by a soldier he met briefly, arrives in his life in a single episode and stays in the margins of subsequent ones. He did not know she existed. He did not know he wanted her until she was there. And then, when she was there, he discovered that he did not know how to be a father any more than his own father knew how to be a father to the kind of son Krusty was. There is a cycle in Krusty's family that the show depicts without naming. The absent father, the child who organizes their life around the absence. The eventual reckoning that partially heals and partially doesn't. This cycle runs from Krusty's father to Krusty to Sophie with the specific, self-replicating logic of trauma. Each generation does better than the last, perhaps, but not enough better to stop the cycle. Just enough better to extend it into one more generation before it must be confronted again. Apu Nahasapima Petalon is the character whose backstory the show has expanded and complicated and, in certain seasons, handled with a deftness that is remarkable given how easily it could have been handled badly. Apu came to Springfield from India to study at Springfield University, specifically at the Calcutta Technical Institute's Springfield campus. He was working on a doctorate in computer science. He was brilliant. The show establishes this. He completed a doctoral dissertation of such quality that it was recognized as significant work. And then, through the specific economics of academic funding and personal circumstance, he ended up managing a convenience store. Not temporarily, permanently, decades. The show has explored this displacement in a number of ways. Some of them played for laughs, and some of them played with a quieter sadness. Apu is overqualified for his work in a way that the work itself can feel, occasionally like a sustained misunderstanding about where he was supposed to end up. He tends to the quick E-Mart with the specific devotion of a man who has decided that the work in front of him deserves his full effort, regardless of whether the work in front of him is the work he was supposed to be doing. He is devoutly Hindu in a town that is predominantly and conventionally Christian in its assumptions about the default religious background of its residents. This creates a specific form of low-grade alienation that the show depicts, but does not always fully acknowledge. The experience of being in a community whose shared cultural references are not quite your shared cultural references, of being from somewhere else in a way that the community periodically remembers and you never forget. His arranged marriage to Manjula was depicted with nuance that surprised many viewers. Not as a tradition imposed on a reluctant participant, but as a process that Apu engaged with seriously and that produced a genuine relationship. He and Manjula love each other. The show has been clear about this. Their marriage has the same complications and the same warmth as any other marriage depicted in Springfield, with the additional complication of being navigated across a significant cultural distance that neither Springfield nor the show always handles with full grace. The 8 children arrived and changed the shape of everything. 8. The show played this for Ameri, and then had to deal with what comedy had created. A man whose domestic life is so extraordinarily demanding that the question of who Apu was before, the brilliant doctoral student with a future in computer science, becomes almost entirely theoretical in the context of the daily reality of 8 children and a convenience store. There is a version of Apu's story that is a tragedy about potential and circumstance. There is another version that is a story about how the life you land in can be as rich as the life you planned, if you allow it to be. The show has leaned toward the second version because the show is optimistic at its core, but the first version is always there, in the background, in the occasional moment when Apu's posture or expression reminds you of the person he was going to be. Chief Clancy Wiggum is a character the show uses primarily as a vehicle for incompetence comedy, the specific comedy of a law enforcement officer who is manifestly unsuited to law enforcement. He forgets procedure. He is easily bribed. He prioritizes donuts over justice with a consistency that the show plays for laughs, but that, if you follow the logic, represents a genuine failure of the civic institution he is supposed to embody. But Wiggum has a son. Ralph Wiggum is one of Springfield's most enigmatic characters, a child who exists so far outside the normal behavioral parameters that his presence in scenes functions almost as a commentary on the scenes rather than participation in them. Ralph says things that are technically non sequiturs, but that have a particular quality of accidentally landing on a truth that everyone else is too self-aware to say directly. Ralph is in the specific vocabulary of child development, a child who may have some form of neurodevelopmental difference. The show has never named this. It has never been explicit. But the combination of his social cognition, his verbal style, his relationship to the social expectations of his environment, suggests a child who is experiencing the world differently from the children around him. And Wiggum, for all his professional incompetence, is a surprisingly devoted father. His love for Ralph is unambiguous, uncomplicated, and visible. He shows up for Ralph in ways that he does not show up for the citizens of Springfield. He is present, He is attentive. He celebrates Ralph without qualification. This does not resolve the professional incompetence. Wiggum is still a bad police chief, but it places his character in a more complex light. A man who has found the one area of his life where his limitations do not translate into failure, and who has committed himself to that area with everything he has. There is Disco Stew, who exists primarily as a joke about a man frozen in a specific era, a man whose identity is the 70s and who has continued being the 70s for as long as the show has been running. The joke is that the culture moved on and Stu didn't, that he built an identity around a moment and then the moment ended and Stu did not get the memo or did not choose to acknowledge it. But underneath the joke, there is a portrait of a specific kind of person, the person who found themselves fully and completely in a time that did not last and who has decided that the finding was more important than the time. Who would rather be fully Stu in a world that doesn't want Stu than be half himself in a world that would accept him more easily? This is not an unreasonable choice. It is not the choice most people make. But it is not a pathetic one, not entirely. There is a specific form of integrity in the refusal to abandon who you discovered yourself to be, simply because the cultural moment that produced that discovery has passed. Lenny Leonard and Carl Carlson are Homer's colleagues and friends, and they have been in the background of Homer's world for 36 years, with a specificity of characterization that rewards close attention. Lenny and Carl are a friendship, a genuine one. The kind that runs so deep that the two people in it are, in most functional senses, a single unit. They work together, drink together, bowl together. They show up at each other's significant moments. They have the specific shorthand of two people who have known each other for so long that communication is less about language and more about a shared understanding of what needs to be said. The show has occasionally suggested that this friendship contains something more than friendship, a possibility that the show treats with a specific mixture of awareness and deflection that characterizes the show's handling of queer subtext in general. They are not defined as romantic partners, but they are depicted as each other's primary relationship in a way that the show rarely depicts between friends. The importance they have to each other exceeds what is usually attributed to friendship in the show's emotional vocabulary. Carl has a backstory that the show has explored with genuine depth in certain episodes. He is from Iceland. He has a history there, a family history and a personal history that shaped him in ways he does not always share. When the show goes to Iceland with Carl, it reveals a person who is more complex than the bar scenes suggest. A man with genuine relationships to place and history and community that exist outside of Springfield and that he has not been able to fully integrate into the person he is in Springfield. Lenny has less backstory than Carl, which is itself a choice that the show makes. Lenny is the friend who exists in relation to the other people in his life, rather than in relation to a specific history of his own. His defining characteristic is his presence, his availability, his consistent willingness to be there. This is not nothing. The capacity to be continuously present for other people is a form of generosity that the show celebrates without always naming. But there is also, in Lenny's relative lack of personal history, the shape of a particular kind of loneliness. The person who's given so much of himself to being there for others that the question of who he is when there is no one to be there for has not quite been answered. These are the people who populate Springfield in its depths. Not the main characters, not the headline figures, but the essential fabric of the town's texture. The people whose presence makes Springfield feel real, whose accumulated backstories, distributed across decades of episodic storytelling, create the specific illusion of a community with genuine depth. They are not illusions exactly. They are something more interesting than that. They are the product of 36 years of writers paying attention to the corners of the frame, noticing the people who were not the point of the episode, but who deserve to be drawn fully regardless, and building in those small acts of attention a world that is more real than most real ones. Springfield is real, not in the sense that it exists on a map, in the sense that the people in it have been drawn with enough care and enough consistency and enough accumulated detail that they have achieved the specific reality of truly imagined things. The things that are truly imagined are always more real than the things that are simply observed. Springfield proves this, has been proving it for 36 years. And the people in its margins, the Krusties and the Apus and the Lennys and the Lennys, they are the proof. They are here. They are carrying their histories. They are exactly who they have always been. And tonight, in the quiet, they are exactly where they have always been, tending their stores and their bars and their children and their memories, keeping Springfield alive. Section 7. The episodes that were supposed to change everything and were quietly forgotten. The Simpsons has a particular relationship with its own history that is unlike anything else in television. Not the relationship of a show that maintains continuity rigidly, building toward outcomes that the earlier episodes earned. Not the relationship of a show that ignores its history entirely, treating each episode as self-contained and disconnected from everything that came before. Something in between. Something stranger and more specific. The show has a series of episodes that felt, when they aired, like turning points. Episodes that introduced information so significant that changed the status quo so fundamentally that the show could not possibly continue as before. Episodes that rewrote the rules of Springfield in ways that seemed, in the moment of watching, irreversible. And then the next week, the show continued as before. Not always completely. The changes left marks. They left the specific residue that significant events leave on a world. A changed texture, a new background weight, a something that is not quite the same as it was, even if the surface appears undisturbed. But the full reversal, the thing that the episodes seem to be building toward, the new Springfield that the events seem to require, did not arrive. Let's sit with some of these episodes because the gap between what they promised and what followed is one of the most interesting spaces in the show's entire architecture. Homer versus Patty and Selma. This is an episode about Homer's financial collapse, specifically about the particular catastrophe of a series of bad investments that leave Homer with a debt he cannot pay through any conventional means. He has to borrow from Patty and Selma. He has to humble himself before the two people in his life who most consistently see through his performance and least consistently give him the benefit of the doubt. The dynamic between Homer and Marge's sisters is one of the show's most consistent threads. They believe with evidence that Homer is insufficient, that Marge deserved better than she got, that the marriage, however loving, is a trade down for a woman of Marge's quality. And Homer, who knows this is what they believe, has spent 36 years simultaneously proving them right in the specific Homer-shaped ways that he proves everything right and trying, unsuccessfully, to prove them wrong by being something more than what he is. The episode forces a specific humiliation on Homer and handles it with the particular grace of a show that can play humiliation for laughs without losing the dignity of the person being humiliated. Homer endures. He repays the debt. He achieves a form of redemption within the episode's frame. But the thing that happens between Homer and the sisters, the specific moment of genuine understanding that the episode builds toward and briefly achieves, does not persist. The next time Patty and Selma appear, the hostility is reset. The war resumes. The moment of connection is not forgotten exactly, but it is not present either. It exists in the same relationship to the ongoing story as a scar exists to a wound. evidence that something happened without being the thing itself. Homer's Triple Bypass is the episode where Homer has a genuine cardiac event and undergoes heart surgery. The surgery is performed by Dr. Nick, which is a joke that contains the specific terror of a man's life being in the hands of a doctor who is demonstrably not up to the task. And the show plays this with genuine fear alongside the comedy. Homer is afraid. He is afraid in the particular way that a person is afraid when they are confronted with their own mortality in a form that cannot be laughed away. He makes videos for his children. He talks to Bart and Lisa and Marge about the things he would want them to know if he doesn't come back. These scenes are among the most unguarded in the show's early history. Moments where Homer stops being comic and becomes human in the full, unmediated sense. He is a man who is not ready to leave and who is trying to say goodbye anyway because the goodbye might be required. And then the surgery succeeds and Homer is fine, and by the next episode, he is back at the power plant eating donuts. The cardiac event, which in a realistic context would have prompted permanent lifestyle changes, a different relationship to his health, a changed understanding of his own finitude, is absorbed and metabolized, and the status quo is restored. The videos for the children are not mentioned again. This is the show being the show. And it is also, in its specific way, the show being honest about something that most stories are not honest about, which is that confrontations with mortality don't always produce the transformations they're supposed to produce. People survive heart surgeries and go back to their donuts. People have the conversations with their children, and then the children watch television and the conversations don't stick the way they were supposed to. Life continues in its own shape despite the events that should reshape it. This is not purely sad. It is realistic. It is the specific resilience of a life that insists on its own continuity, even when the continuity seems unearned. But it is also in the context of a show with 36 years of accumulated momentum, a portrait of a man who has had every opportunity to change and has not quite taken any of them, not because he is unwilling, because the opportunity and the will and the circumstances have never quite aligned in a way that makes the change possible and lasting. Homer has been offered his change arc many times. He takes it part way. He feels it genuinely. He intends it sincerely. And then the dream resets and the donuts are on his desk, and Lenny and Carl are there, and the plant is humming. And it is, in every important sense, the same day it was yesterday. Scenes from the Class Struggle in Springfield is an episode about Marge's brief encounter with the upper class of Springfield, a world of country clubs and old money and the specific, intricate social codes of people who were born into comfort and have organized their entire identity around distinguishing themselves from people who weren't. Marge acquires a designer suit at a discount and discovers that the suit opens doors that her ordinary life has kept closed. She begins spending time in these elevated social circles. She is good at it, in the way that Marge is good at everything she tries, with natural grace and intelligence and the specific adaptability of a person who has spent years navigating the demands of others. But the suit wears out, and the choice the episode builds toward is the choice between continuing to perform the person these social circles require and being the person she actually is. Marge chooses herself. The show celebrates this. The episode's resolution is a straightforward endorsement of authentic identity over performed status. And this is the right ending. It is the episode's truth. But it is also, if you've been watching the show long enough, the 18th or 20th time the show has built this particular arc for Marge and arrived at this particular resolution. The specific arc of Marge discovering something outside her usual context, being good at it, being briefly celebrated for it, And then choosing her family over the something is a recurring structure in her storylines. The repetition is not a failure of imagination. It is, in its way, a portrait of a person who makes the same choice over and over, because the choice is always genuinely available and is always genuinely difficult and is always worth making deliberately rather than automatically. Marge does not coast into her life. She chooses it. Every time the choice is presented, she chooses it again. But the episodes that seem to change everything and don't also include some that are about Springfield itself rather than specific characters. Bart's Dog Gets an F is not an episode that tried to change everything, but it contains a thread about the Simpson family's relationship to its own dysfunction that the show never quite followed. Santa's little helper is being trained. The training is difficult. The dog fails. The family debates whether to give him up. And Homer, who is not a man of easy sentiment, refuses. He loves the dog in the specific way that Homer loves everything he loves, without qualification, without condition, with the full, unfiltered force of his large and imprecise heart. The episode ends with the training succeeding, with the family intact, with the dog safely included in the Simpson household. But the moment it was building toward, the moment where the family had to decide what kind of family it was going to be when the cost of being that family was higher than expected, is a moment the show has built toward again and again. It is the structural question of the entire show. What is the Simpson family willing to pay to stay together? How much difficulty, how much dysfunction, how much is absorbed and metabolized and continued before the thing breaks? The answer across 36 seasons has been more than you'd think. Yeah, more than is perhaps reasonable. More than any accounting of cause and effect would predict. The family survives everything, always. Not because the threat is not real, not because the cost is not high, because the alternative the show suggests is something that nobody in this family is prepared to choose. Not Homer, who has his whole self organized around being loved by these specific people. Not Marge, who has chosen this life so many times that the choosing has become the life. Not Bart, whose rebellion is so entirely conducted within the framework of the family that removing the framework would not free him but strand him. And not Lisa, who leaves Springfield in every flash forward and returns in every present tense because the place she is most herself, despite everything, is at the kitchen table with the people who don't quite understand her, but who show up regardless. There were episodes that tried to end the marriage, to push Homer and Marge to the point of divorce, to let the weight of all those absorbed difficulties finally tip the balance. The show got close a few times. It built genuine tension. It let the characters be genuinely hurt by each other in ways that felt real. And then it pulled back. Every time. Not because the writers lost their nerve, because the premise is not a marriage in trouble. The premise is a marriage. The specific, durable, maddening, irreducible fact of two people who have chosen each other and continue to choose each other. Not because the choice is easy, but because the choice has become who they are. The episodes that tried to change this were the show testing itself, checking whether the foundation held. It held. It always held. And perhaps that is the most important thing the show has ever said about love. Not that it is easy, not that it is clean, not that the people inside it are good at it, but that it holds. That the foundation, once laid, persists through the attempts to break it. That the choosing, done enough times, becomes a kind of permanence. The episodes that were supposed to change everything didn't change everything. They changed something smaller and more important. They showed you one more time that the thing is still there. That under all the weight and all the comedy and all the resets, the foundation is still holding. that the family is still choosing each other, that Springfield is still improbably and defiantly home. Section 8. The darkness underneath the holiday episodes. There is a particular kind of episode that every long-running family show eventually accumulates. The holiday episode, the seasonal special, the episode that is framed around a cultural moment, a holiday, a tradition, that gives the show permission to be softer than usual, more sentimental, more explicitly about the things underneath the comedy, more willing to say directly that what the show is about is love and family and the specific warmth of being together. The Simpsons does these episodes. It does them well. The Christmas episodes in particular carry a weight and a warmth that the show's other genres do not quite replicate. They are the episodes where Springfield is most itself, most willing to be tender, most willing to let the comedy step back and the feeling step forward. But underneath the warmth of the holiday episodes in The Simpsons, beneath the snow on Evergreen Terrace and the lights on the Simpson house and the specific emotional grace of a family gathering in the living room, there's a particular kind of darkness that the holiday setting actually amplifies rather than dissolves. Because holidays in the show's telling are not simply celebrations, they are reckonings. They are the moments when the distance between what is and what was supposed to be becomes most visible, when the people you've lost are most present in their absence, when the family you have is held up against the family you imagined, and the gap between them is both smaller and larger than you expected. Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, the first episode that ever aired, is a Christmas episode. And it is a Christmas episode about financial failure, about the specific shame of not being able to provide what the season demands. Homer learns that his Christmas bonus has been canceled. The family's financial planning for the season, modest as it was, collapses. He takes a second job as a mall Santa. He goes to the dog track with his meager earnings and bets them all on a dog named Santa's Little Helper, who loses, and then comes home to the family without a Christmas, and with a dog that nobody was expecting. The episode is warm. It is genuinely warm. The ending, with the family accepting the dog as the Christmas gift, and finding in that unexpected gift something that will be part of their lives for 36 years, is one of the show's most genuine emotional moments. It earns the warmth it delivers. But the episode is also, if you look at it clearly, about humiliation. About the specific humiliation of a working-class man in a consumer culture that has organized the most emotionally significant holiday of the year around the capacity to purchase. Homer cannot purchase. He tries every legitimate avenue. He tries the second job. He tries his luck. And the system that was supposed to reward effort and provide sufficiency, lets him down. The miracle of the episode is not that Homer finds a way to buy Christmas. It is that Christmas happens anyways. That the family receives the gift of a broken-down greyhound with the same love that it would receive any gift if it was given with the full force of a person trying their hardest with what they have. This is the darkness underneath the warmth. The show's first holiday episode is about a holiday that almost didn't happen. And the reason it almost didn't happen is economic, is class, is the specific vulnerability of a family whose margin for error is so thin that a canceled bonus and a lost bet at the track is the difference between a Christmas and no Christmas. 36 years later, Homer still works at the same plant for the same billionaire. The margin has not widened. The vulnerability has not resolved. The Christmas bonus is still every year a possibility that could be canceled rather than a certainty that can be counted on. The holidays in Springfield do not occur in a context of security. They occur in a context of managed insecurity, of a family that loves each other and that finds ways to make the days special, Not because the circumstances are comfortable, but because the love is real and the effort is real, and the family has decided, together and separately, that the effort is worth making every year, regardless of what the year has taken from them. That is beautiful. It is genuinely beautiful. But the beauty is inseparable from the vulnerability that produces it. Take away the vulnerability. Give Homer the comfortable middle class income that his job should theoretically provide, and the episodes lose the specific emotional resonance that makes them land. The beauty is in the reaching, in the trying, in the almost not quite that becomes through love enough. Then there is Bart's Christmas. Not a specific episode, but a recurring dynamic that runs through all the Christmas episodes in which Bart is a presence. Bart and Christmas have a complicated relationship that the show has explored in ways that are ostensibly comic, but that carry beneath the comedy a thread of genuine sadness. Bart does not receive Christmas the way the holiday is supposed to be received. He does not find in it the specific warmth that Lisa finds, the warmth of tradition and family, and the reassurance that the good things persist. Bart finds in Christmas the same thing he finds in most structured occasions: a set of expectations he is supposed to meet and that he is going to disappoint in some direction, either by trying too hard and falling short, or by not trying at all and being seen as the person who doesn't care. There is an episode where Bart inadvertently does something good during the Christmas season and is celebrated for it, and his discomfort with the celebration is palpable. Not false modesty, not performance, genuine discomfort. The discomfort of a person who has been told for so long that they are the wrong thing, that being treated as the right thing produces not joy but suspicion. This is one of the more precise observations the show has ever made about the specific psychology of a child who has been labeled, who has been seen as difficult for so long that positive attention feels like a mistake waiting to be corrected. The holidays amplify this because the holidays carry, in their structure, a demand for a particular kind of self. For the version of yourself that is grateful and warm and family oriented and capable of receiving love without complicating it. And for a child who has organized himself around being the version of himself that complicates everything, the holiday demand is particularly disorienting. Bart loves his family. This is visible in every episode, even the ones where he is at his most destructive. The love is there, it is not in question. But he has not built the vocabulary for it yet. He is still, at 10 years old and 36 years in, working out how to be someone who loves and is loved without the love requiring him to be other than he is. Halloween is the show's other great holiday tradition, Treehouse of Horror, the annual anthology of dark short stories. The show given permission to go further into the macabre than its regular episodes allow, to kill its characters, to explore its darkest themes without the usual requirement of resolution and reset. What is interesting about the Treehouse of Horror episodes in the context of this discussion is not what they contain, it is what they reveal about the rest of the show. The darkness in Treehouse of Horror is permitted because it is framed as fantasy. It is permitted because the show announces, before the anthology begins, that these are not canonical stories, that the deaths are not real deaths, that the horror is a Halloween costume rather than the face underneath. But the darkness that runs through the regular episodes, the non-Halloween episodes, is the same darkness wearing different clothes. The slow grief of Evergreen Terrace, the managed humiliation of Homer's economic reality, the specific sadness of Ned praying to a god who talks to Homer and not to him, the weight that Marge carries at the sink, the silence Maggie maintains. This is not horror in the genre sense. It is the horror that is indistinguishable from ordinary life when you look at it long enough. The horror of a system that does not distribute its gifts fairly. The horror of time passing without people aging. The horror of a beautiful family locked in a loop that will never quite release them. The Treehouse of Horror episodes exist because the show, once a year, needs to acknowledge the darkness it carries. Needs to give it a costume and a holiday and a frame that says, this is pretend, this is just for fun, this is not what the show is really about. But the show is really about this. It has always been really about this. The holiday episodes, all of them, Halloween and Christmas and Thanksgiving and the rest, are the moments when the darkness and the warmth are closest to each other, when they are most visibly the same thing. When the gap between celebration and grief is smallest and the truth of what the show has been doing all along, which is depicting a family navigating the full range of human experience in the specific idiom of a cartoon, is most visible. There's a Thanksgiving episode, Bart versus Thanksgiving, that handles this with particular precision. The episode's conflict is small in scale but enormous in emotional weight. Bart accidentally destroys Lisa's centerpiece, which he has made with great care for the holiday table. Homer's family and Marge's family are gathering. The centerpiece was Lisa's offering, her specific contribution to the day's meaning. Its destruction is not malicious. Bart did not mean to destroy it, but the damage is done, and the episode's moral center is the question of whether Bart can apologize. Not fake apologize, not the performed apology that ends the conflict without costing anything. A real apology, the kind that requires you to actually understand what you did wrong, and to say so in language that does not protect you. The episode takes a long time to get there. Bart is sent away from the house. He wanders Springfield on Thanksgiving, which is depicted with remarkable gentleness as a city on the holiday, the specific quiet of streets when everyone is indoors and the outdoors belongs only to the people who have nowhere to be indoors. He ends up at a mission, serving food. He sees people whose lives are ordered around absence and insufficiency in ways that make his small domestic conflict feel appropriately small. And then he goes home and apologizes. Really apologizes. Not because he was taught to, but because he understood finally that the centerpiece was not about decorations. It was about Lisa trying to offer something beautiful to a gathering of people she loves. And he destroyed it. Not with malice, with thoughtlessness. And thoughtlessness that damages something someone made from love is its own kind of unkindness. The apology is quiet. It is between the two of them. And then the family gathers at the table, and the episode ends in the specific warmth of the holiday, doing what holidays are supposed to do, which is to gather the people you love in one place and hold them there, briefly in the shared light of something that is worth stopping for. This is the darkness underneath the holiday episodes. Not darkness in the sense of terror, darkness in the sense of the shadow that the warmth casts. The specific knowledge present in every holiday gathering that this will end, that the people around the table will disperse, that the warmth is not permanent, that making it happen at all, gathering these specific people in this specific place and lighting the table and cooking the food and making the centerpiece, is an act of love against the ending. A declaration that despite everything, we are doing this again. We are making this moment. We are insisting on the warmth. That insistence is what the holiday episodes are about. That insistence is what the whole show is about. Settle in. Let the holiday light be warm. Everything else can wait until morning. Section 9. Burns's Empire. The full architecture of control. Nobody has ever mapped. Let's go somewhere cold tonight. Let's go to the top of Springfield's particular hierarchy and look down from there. Let's go to the office of Charles Montgomery Burns and try to understand, fully and without flinching, what he has built. Because Burns is not simply a villain in the conventional sense. He is not a cartoon billionaire motivated by greed and cruelty in the simple way that the show's surface suggests. He is something considerably more interesting and considerably more unsettling. He is a man who has spent more than a century constructing, with meticulous patience and extraordinary intelligence, a system of control so complete, so embedded in the daily life of Springfield, that the people inside it cannot see the architecture that holds them in place. Let's map the architecture. The first layer is the obvious one, the nuclear power plant. The plant provides Springfield's electricity. This is not an incidental fact. This is the foundational lever of Burns's control. Every light in Springfield, every refrigerator, every computer, every street lamp, and every hospital monitor, and every school's heating system runs on power that Burns provides and that Burns could, at any moment, withhold. This is not a hypothetical. Burns has used this lever. He has threatened to cut power to Springfield. He has cut power to Springfield. He blocked the sun to force the town to buy more of his electricity. The sun. He stole access to natural light from an entire community to increase his profit margin. And the community absorbed this. They protested in their way. They were outraged in their way. And then the problem was resolved, and they went home, and the next morning, they turned on their lights without thinking about where the power came from or who owned the source of it. That is the architecture of dependence. A community that depends on a single source for a fundamental necessity has, regardless of how it votes, and regardless of what it believes about its own freedom, ceded a form of sovereignty to the controller of that source. Springfield can not use Burns's power. There is no alternative, no other provider, no other option. The plant is the monopoly, and the monopoly is the power, and the power is Burns's. This is the first layer. It is economic, and it is energy, and it is infrastructure. It is the layer that most clearly maps onto real-world power structures, the way that control of essential resources translates into control of the people who depend on them. The second layer is employment. The plant employs a significant portion of Springfield's working population. Homer, Lenny, Carl, Barney, and a rotating cast of background workers all depend on the plant for their incomes. The plant is not just the electricity provider. It is the town's economic engine. This means that Burns's power over Springfield is not simply the power to cut the lights. It is the power to cut the income, to end the mortgages and the car payments and the grocery bills, to make the Christmas bonus possible and to cancel it when the budget requires, to hire and fire and restructure and downsize and reorganize in ways that reorder the domestic lives of dozens of families. The workers know this. It is the specific knowledge that shapes the culture of the plant. The specific docility of a workforce that has learned, through experience, that the cost of resistance is the thing that the resistance is supposed to protect. Your income, your family's stability. It is not a system designed to produce courage. It is a system designed to produce compliance. Homer's position in this system is more complex than it initially appears. Homer is, by every objective measure, the worst possible safety inspector for this particular facility. He has caused more near misses and documented safety violations than any other employee. He should have been fired hundreds of times. He was not. The deal between Burns and Grandpa Simpson is part of the explanation. The deal that guaranteed Homer's employment in exchange for Grandpa's silence about a crime Burns committed. This is revealed in a later episode and is played, like so many of the show's darker revelations, with a mixture of comedy and genuine unease, but the deal is only part of it. Homer also serves a function in the plant's operation that is more sophisticated than accident. Homer's incompetence is the cover. His documented failures create a paper trail of errors that, in an audit, would look like the inevitable mistakes of a negligent employee rather than the structural failures of a facility that was never designed to be safe. Burns needs an explanation for why the plant has the profile it has. Homer provides that explanation. Every incident, every near miss, every leaked radioactive material, and every cracked cooling tower, and every luminous rat can be attributed in the paperwork to the specific documented incompetence of one safety inspector, rather than to the systemic decision to run the facility in a way that maximizes profit at the expense of safety. Homer is not simply a bad employee. Burns keeps out of laziness. Homer is an institutional asset. His incompetence protects the institution. This is the second layer of the architecture. Employment as leverage. Employment as the mechanism through which the workforce's knowledge of the facility's real condition is converted into silence. The third layer is subtler and more deeply embedded. It is the layer of civic influence. Burns is not simply an employer. He is a donor, a civic participant, a presence in the political and cultural life of Springfield that goes beyond the simply economic. He funded the library. He endowed the museum. He contributes to the political campaigns of candidates who will not interfere with the plant's operation. He has personal relationships with the judiciary, with the police chief, with the mayor. These relationships are not always quid pro quo in the explicit sense. They don't have to be. The mere fact of Burns's presence in the civic life of Springfield creates a gravitational field around the town's institutions. An understanding operating below the level of explicit agreement of what is and is not available for investigation, of what lines will not be crossed. Wiggum does not seriously investigate the power plant, not because he has been explicitly told not to, because the specific culture of law enforcement in a town where the most powerful person is also the most prominent civic donor is a culture that has learned, by osmosis, where the attention should and should not go. The judges who have ruled on cases involving Burns's interests have a record that suggests an understanding of which direction the ruling should go. Again, not through explicit instruction necessarily, through the specific atmosphere of a legal culture in a small town where the benefactor of the courthouse is also the defendant in the cases before it. This is the architecture of institutional capture, not the dramatic, explicit corruption of bribes and threats, though those exist too in Springfield's history. The quiet, ambient corruption of a civic culture that has organized itself around the preference of its wealthiest and most powerful member. The fourth layer is perhaps the most disturbing because it operates at the level of perception rather than resource or institution. Burns influences how Springfield sees itself. This sounds abstract. Let me make it specific. The town of Springfield believes itself to be broadly a normal American town. A town with problems, yes, but problems of the ordinary variety. Financial stress, political dysfunction, the occasional environmental issue. The kind of problems that all American towns have. The town does not believe itself to be a contaminated zone. It does not believe that its residents' physical characteristics are the product of decades of radioactive exposure. It does not believe that the billionaire who employs many of them and provides all of their electricity has been systematically poisoning them for his own benefit. This is not ignorance. It is managed ignorance. The production of ignorance is an ongoing project that requires resources and infrastructure and the specific willingness of a community to be managed in this way. Springfield has all of these things. The community is managed, which is to say that the information, which would disrupt its understanding of itself, is consistently unavailable through the channels that the community trusts. The local news does not pursue the power plant with the vigor that the evidence would warrant. The local doctors are not aggregating data in ways that would reveal patterns that would implicate the plant. The school curriculum does not include environmental science that would give young people the tools to ask the right questions about their own backyard. None of this requires explicit instruction. It requires only that the people responsible for each of these information channels understand in the ambient way that people understand things in institutions shaped by wealth and power where the limits are. Burns does not have to order the news station to spike the story. He has to own the news station, or have a relationship with the person who owns it, or have a relationship with the advertisers whose withdrawal of support would threaten the station. Any one of these creates the specific editorial culture that produces the specific reporting outcome without requiring a single explicit instruction. This is how real power works. Not through commands, through environment, through the creation of a context in which the people who matter do what they should do without being told to do it. Burns has been creating that context in Springfield for more than a century. The fifth and final layer of the architecture is the most intimate and the most difficult to name. Burns has shaped the inner lives of the people he controls. Homer believes, at some level, that he deserves no better than what he has. This is not a thought he has explicitly. It is the operating system that runs his behavior from underneath. Why else does he endure working conditions that no self-respecting person would accept? Why else does he tolerate disrespect, exploitation, and the casual cruelty of a boss who cannot remember his name? Because somewhere in Homer's psychology, beneath the love and the warmth and the donut-shaped pleasures of his daily life, there is a belief that this is what is available for someone like Homer. That the better thing, whatever the better thing is not for him. This belief was installed. It was installed by the combination of environment and experience and the specific circumstances of Homer's life that were shaped in ways he cannot see by Burns's influence. The absence of his mother, the crayon in his skull, the education at a school that lacked resources, the job at the plant that confirmed and extended the cognitive limitations that those resources might have addressed. Burns didn't do all of this deliberately. He didn't sit in his office and plan the specific impairment of Homer Simpson as a project. He built a system, and the system, operating as designed, produced Homer as an outcome. The perfect employee, the permanently insufficient, permanently grateful, permanently compliance-ready Homer. That is the architecture. That is the full, terrible, magnificent architecture of what Burns has built in Springfield. Energy control, employment leverage, institutional capture, managed ignorance, and the deepest layer of all, the psychological infrastructure of a population that does not believe, at the level where belief becomes action, that they deserve better. Burns is not a cartoon villain. He is a portrait of how real power works when it has had enough time to become structural. When it is no longer exercised by any one person, making any one decision, but is simply the shape of things, the ambient texture of daily life, the weight that everyone carries without knowing where it came from or that it can be put down. Springfield cannot challenge Burns because Springfield does not know that it is being held. It feels like freedom. It looks like ordinary life. It is the specific flavor of freedom that is available in a world where all the other flavors are not in the menu. Burns is always awake when Springfield is sleeping. He is always planning. He is always several moves ahead of a population that is, through no fault of its own, operating with a diminished hand. He is too expensive to die and too old to retire and too embedded in the town's existence to be separated from it. He is the power plant and the water and the light. He is the architecture. He has always been the architecture. And Springfield is, in every room of it, his building. Section 10. The religious undercurrent. Springfield's crisis of faith. Running through every season. The Simpsons has been having a conversation about God since the very first season. Not a quiet or incidental conversation. A sustained, recurring, genuinely serious conversation that runs underneath 36 years of comedy like a river underneath a street. Invisible from the surface, but audible, if you listen for it, in the vibration of everything above. Springfield is a religious town in the way that many American towns are religious, which is to say that religion is present in its culture, its architecture, its social calendar, and its vocabulary in ways that run so deep they are barely visible as religion anymore. They are simply the texture of the place. The church is a community center. The Reverend Lovejoy serves a congregation that includes most of the town's familiar faces and that gathers every week in the specific ritual of a community affirming its shared commitment to something beyond the ordinary. This gathering matters. Not always in the ways the Reverend intends. Not always in the ways the theology would suggest it should. But it matters. It is the moment when Springfield's disparate, often dysfunctional community assembles in one space and none, for an hour, is still together. Homer goes to church, not because he is devout, not because the theology engages him. He goes because Marge asks him to, and because the part of Homer that needs to be loved does not distinguish between the love of his family and the compliance that is required to maintain it. He sits in the pew and he sleeps, and he occasionally gets things from the vending machine in the lobby, and the congregation regards this with the specific, resigned tolerance of a community that has decided Homer Simpson is theirs to bear. But Homer has had real encounters with God. These are the episodes that sit most uncomfortably alongside the show's comedy, because they are not fully jokes, and they are not fully sincere, and they live in the uncomfortable space between the two. In Homer the Heretic, Homer decides not to go to church one Sunday. He stays home. He has a transcendent, personally meaningful experience involving pancakes and football and the specific bliss of a Sunday morning when no one is asking anything of him. And then God visits him, actually visits him. They have a conversation. God in the show's depiction is conversational and warm and characteristically Simpsons-ish in the way he talks. He does not judge Homer for skipping church. He engages with Homer's observation that church sometimes gets between him and his experience of the divine with the specific openness of a deity who is apparently secure enough in his position to entertain the critique. The episode ends with Homer nearly burned alive in a fire started by his careless enjoyment of his Sunday heresy. The house is damaged. The town comes to help repair it. And Homer, watching the community gather to assist him in the aftermath of his heresy, understands something that the episode does not quite say directly. That God's presence in his life is not confined to the building or the ceremony. That the community that gathers to help a person in their moment of need is itself a form of divine presence. This is the show making a sophisticated theological argument in the middle of a sitcom. And it is doing it without irony and without condescension, and with a genuine engagement with the question of what religion is for and whether the forms it takes are necessary to the substance of what it is supposed to deliver. Homer's second significant encounter with God is different in tone and more troubling in implication. God tells Homer that his time is coming, not in a frightening way exactly, but in the specific way of a deity who knows things that the person being told doesn't yet know. Homer's time is coming. This is the fragment we discussed earlier in the context of the coma theory. But in the purely theological reading, without the coma, it stands as a moment in which God speaks to Homer, and the content of the speaking is that Homer's ordinary life is limited in ways that God can see and Homer cannot. And then the coma happens. 6 months later. Was that God warning Homer? Was it prophecy delivered in a casual, mid-season episode framed as comedy? The show does not answer this. It cannot answer this without committing to a theological position that would foreclose the ambiguity it needs to maintain. But it has planted the question. And the question, once planted, grows in the dark without any assistance from the show. Reverend Lovejoy is the show's most interesting theological character, partly because he is the character who should be the most theologically engaged and is, over time, revealed to be among the most theologically exhausted. He entered the ministry with genuine conviction. The show has depicted his early vocation with warmth, the specific warmth of a young man who believed he had found a calling and threw himself into it with the full force of his considerable energy. He was going to serve. He was going to care for his congregation with the specific pastoral intensity of a person who has found their purpose. And then his congregation introduced him to Ned Flanders. The show treats this as a joke. Lovejoy is driven from faith by the exhausting specificity of Ned's religious life, by the relentless questions and the relentless need and the relentless expectation that the minister is available for theological engagement at any hour and on any question regardless of its urgency. But the joke contains a real observation. The pastoral life is a life of service, and service without boundaries depletes the person providing it in ways that eventually compromise the quality of the service. Lovejoy burned out. His faith did not leave him in the dramatic crisis of belief sense. It simply wore thin from overuse. It became the job rather than the vocation. It became the Sunday performance rather than the lived conviction. This is a portrait of clerical burnout that is more honest than most shows about religion would dare to be. The minister who has lost the thread, who goes through the motions with professional competence, but without the inner fire that the motions were supposed to contain. Lovejoy is not an atheist. He has not lost his belief in God. He has lost, or at least misplaced, the specific intensity of his relationship to that belief. The belief is still there, academic and remote, like a painting in a room you don't visit often enough for it to continue surprising you. He has rediscovered something of his pastoral engagement in certain episodes. The specific episodes where someone in his congregation genuinely needs him, where the rubber of his vocation meets the road of another person's crisis. These episodes show Lovejoy at his best. Still capable. Still somewhere in the exhausted minister, the young man who believed this was what he was for. Ned's faith is the show's most sustained and most seriously considered religious portrait. Ned believes. Fully, completely, without irony, without the protection of cynicism that would make his faith easier to bear but would also make it less than what it is. He believes in a God who is present and active and whose will is discernible in events, and who cares about the daily choices of individual people, including one Ned Flanders of Evergreen Terrace, Springfield. And the show has subjected this belief to a series of tests that are, if you map them onto the structure of faith, the specific tests that faith is always asked to endure. Not the philosophical challenges, not the intellectual arguments, but the simple, devastating challenges of lived experience. The things that happen to believers that should not, by the logic of a providential universe, happen to believers. Maud died. The house was destroyed. The rebuilding was done badly. Ned moved to another town, briefly, and that went wrong too. He raised his sons well, and the sons are strange in ways he did not intend and cannot fully understand. He fell in love again with Edna Krabappel, and that brought a genuine, surprising happiness that the show honored and then took away with Edna's off-screen death between seasons. Each of these tests Ned absorbs, not easily, not without the cracks that the show occasionally allows to show, but absorbs. His faith bends, it does not break. He gets up the next morning and he prays and he goes to church and he believes, again, in the context of all the evidence that the believing requires him to be more than the evidence, that there is a God and that God has a plan, and that the plan includes Ned Flanders in it in ways that are worth trusting, even when the evidence is not encouraging. This is not stupidity. It is not weakness. The specific capacity to believe in the face of contradictory experience is one of the more demanding intellectual and psychological exercises available to a human being. Ned performs it daily, without complaint, without the reassurance that the belief will be rewarded in this life. God talks to Homer. This is the wound at the center of Ned's faith. The drunk who sleeps in church receives direct divine communication, and the devout man who organizes his entire existence around the possibility of that communication receives nothing. The show does not resolve this. It cannot resolve it without taking a position on the theology that it wisely does not intend to take. But it holds the question open. It keeps Ned praying and God silent toward Ned and Homer stumbling through divine encounters that Homer mostly does not notice for what they are. This is the most honest thing The Simpsons says about faith, that it does not distribute itself according to merit, that the person who tries hardest to earn it and the person who gives it no particular effort can end up in positions that invert the expected relationship between effort and grace. That faith, like everything else in Springfield, does not follow the rules it was supposed to follow. Lisa's faith is the show's other great theological thread, and it runs in a different direction from Ned's. Lisa is not a Christian in the show's running narrative. She converts to Buddhism in a later season, an episode that is handled with the specific care that The Simpsons brings to topics it takes seriously. The conversion is not a rejection of the Christianity that she was raised in. It is the discovery of a practice that maps better onto the person she is and the question she has. Lisa's spirituality is intellectual and emotional in equal measure. She does not require answers. She requires a framework for asking questions. Buddhism, in the show's depiction of her engagement with it, gives her that framework. A way to be present in her doubt without the doubt being a crisis. A way to sit with the uncertainty of what she believes without the uncertainty being experienced as failure. Her relationship with Homer around the conversion is one of the show's most touching. Homer does not understand Buddhism. He does not understand why Lisa needs something different from what the family has, but he tries. He tries in his specific, imprecise, genuinely loving way to understand it because Lisa needs him to try. And that trying is the show at its most honest about what love requires of people who are different from each other. Springfield's collective spiritual life is, like everything else in Springfield, the spiritual life of America rendered legible through comedy. A community that holds on to its religious forms because the forms contain comfort and community and structure, even when the belief that originally animated the forms has become complicated or distant or simply quiet. A community that gathers in the church, because the gathering is itself the thing, regardless of whether the theology is felt or simply performed. A community where a man who talks to God directly cannot make his children sit still in a pew. And a man who sleeps through every sermon is the person with the fullest divine encounter on record. That is not cruelty on God's part, or the show's. It is the specific unpredictability of grace. The way it shows up where it is not expected and is absent where it is most earnestly awaited. Springfield has been waiting. For 36 years, the town has been gathering in its pew and waiting. Maybe that is the answer. Maybe that is what the show has been saying all along, that the waiting is the faith, that the showing up, Sunday after Sunday, season after season, decade after decade, is itself the prayer. That Springfield, in all its yellow, four-fingered, radioactive, grieving, loving, impossible persistence, is itself an act of faith. That the town that will not age and will not change and will not let its family grow old is saying something quietly in every episode about the thing at the center of every act of belief, which is the refusal to accept that what you love must end. Springfield will not let the Simpsons end. And in that refusal, in that specific, stubborn 36-year insistence on the family's continuation, there is something that looks, if you let the light fall on it the right way, exactly like love, exactly like faith, exactly like home. Let the television glow quietly across the room. Let Springfield do what it has always done. Keep the family together. Keep the lights on. Keep going. Final words. It's late now, or early. In Springfield, it doesn't matter which. The town doesn't sleep the way other towns sleep. It just gets quieter. The lights on Evergreen Terrace go off one by one. The last car passes through the intersection outside the Quick E-Mart. Mo wipes down the bar and locks the door. The cooling towers at the plant keep their rhythm, patient and indifferent, in the dark. And somewhere in a yellow house at the end of a modest street, a family that has been together for 36 years and will be together for however long the dream holds is, for this specific, ordinary moment, at rest. Homer is asleep on the couch. He fell asleep watching television, as he always does, as he has always done. The television plays to his sleeping face, and he does not notice. And maybe he is dreaming, and maybe the dream is Springfield. And maybe the Springfield of the dream is exactly the Springfield of the show. Both things at once. The ordinary and the extraordinary. The comedy and the grief. The love that persists through everything, and the system that makes the persisting necessary. Marge is upstairs. She is asleep, but she sleeps the light sleep of a person who has been the household's perimeter for so long that she never fully turns off. She is aware, even in sleep, of the house's sounds, its rhythms, the specific quiet that means everyone is where they are supposed to be. Bart is dreaming about something that makes him smile in the dark of his room. Whatever it is his. The dream belongs entirely to him and will be gone in the morning, and in its going will leave no trace but the smile. Lisa is awake. She is almost always awake when the rest of the house is not. She is at the window looking out at Evergreen Terrace, at the familiar, imperfect street that has held her for all of her life, thinking the thoughts that she will never quite be able to fit into her family's available space for thoughts. Feeling the feeling of a person who is too much for the room and who loves the room anyway. Who has always loved the room anyway. Maggie is in her crib. Her eyes are open. They are always open. She is watching the ceiling with the specific, patient attention of a person who is waiting for something that she knows is coming. Not tonight, perhaps. Not soon. But coming. The cooling towers are still. The three-eyed fish are swimming in the river. The lights in the Burns mansion glow faintly. Because Burns does not sleep, or does not sleep the way other people sleep, or has perhaps forgotten the difference between sleeping and the particular waking state of a man who has been alive for so long that the categories have lost their usefulness. Springfield is quiet. It has always been quiet, underneath everything. Underneath the mob and the reset and the music and the screaming and the couch and the donut and the saxophone note held out over the town at midnight, underneath all of it, quiet. Like a place that has been loved for a very long time. Like a place that has absorbed a great deal and kept going and will keep going. Like home. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield with me. Sleep well. And when you wake up and the morning comes and the television is on somewhere in the room and the familiar theme begins, you will know what you know now. That the town is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the surface. That the family is more than the joke. That the things that were never quite said are the things that mattered most. That Springfield has been there all along, holding all of it, just like you knew it would be. Good night. End of script. Total approximate word count, 42,000 plus words optimized for 11 labs. Slow, warm narration. Pacing note. Add 1 to 2 second pauses between all major paragraph breaks. 3 to 4 second pauses between sections. Expanded. Section 1. The town that forgot it was dying extended. We talked about the geography of grief. Let's go deeper into it. Let's go into the specific rooms of the specific buildings and find where the grief lives in each of them. The power plant is the obvious place. We have talked about the plant. We have talked about what it does to the water and the air and the biology of the people who live near it. But let's talk about what it does to the people who work inside it. The daily, hourly, close proximity experience of being an employee of a facility that is demonstrably dangerous in ways that the management has chosen not to address. Homer arrives at the plant every morning. He parks his car. He walks through the entrance. He puts his ID badge through the scanner. He goes to a station, which is in the sector with the reactor core, which is the sector that a competent safety infrastructure would identify as the highest risk area and would staff with its most attentive and qualified personnel. Homer sits down. He may have a donut. He may already be slightly asleep. The monitors at his station blink and scroll in ways that represent the operational status of a reactor that, in a facility with proper safety culture, would require constant, vigilant attention. Homer's attention is not constant or vigilant. His attention is the attention of a man who has been doing this job for 30 years and who has, through the specific mercy of luck and the specific misfortune of his own cognitive limitations, survived every single day of it without fully understanding what he was surviving. This is the daily reality of the plant. And the daily reality of the plant is the daily reality of a significant portion of Springfield's working population. The people who spend their days in this building, breathing the air of this building, moving through its corridors and its cafeteria and its locker rooms, absorbing whatever the building has to offer in terms of radiation and chemical exposure, and the specific psychological weight of working in a place that you know at some level that you do not allow yourself to consciously acknowledge is not entirely safe. There are studies in the real world about what happens to workers in high-risk industrial facilities, the psychological burden of managed risk, the specific coping strategies that develop in workforces that must go to work every day in an environment that presents genuine danger and that must find a way to metabolize that danger into something they can live with. The most common coping strategy, the one that psychological research identifies as most prevalent, is normalization. The process by which danger becomes ordinary, by which the thing that should provoke fear or action becomes, through repeated exposure, simply the background of daily experience. The luminous rats in the plant's basement, the cracked cooling towers, the plutonium paperweight. These things are frightening in isolation, presented without context. Inside the plant, inside the daily life of the people who work there, they have become normal. They have become the texture of the ordinary. This is what chronic danger does to the human capacity for alarm. It wears it down, it habituates it. It teaches the organism that alarm is expensive and unsustainable, and that the specific cognitive piece of not alarming is more functionally useful in a place where the danger cannot be removed. Homer has lived in this normalization for 30 years. Every alarm that did not produce a catastrophe taught his nervous system that the alarm was unnecessary. Every crisis that was resolved by luck or by the specific grace that the show extends to its protagonist taught him that the crises resolve, that the outcome, however frightening the approach, is manageable. He is right. In the show's logic, he is right. The outcomes do resolve, the crises do manage, but they resolve through luck and the show's narrative requirements, not through Homer's competence or the plant's safety infrastructure. And the normalization that allows Homer to sleep at his workstation is the same normalization that prevents him from noticing the things that, if noticed, would require action. Lenny and Carl normalize differently. Lenny has cultivated a deep and specific inability to acknowledge the possibility of his own death. He is, in almost every episode, cheerfully proximate to danger, without apparent awareness of the danger's significance. He gets injured with a frequency and a variety that should, in a realistic medical context, produce anxiety about his physical vulnerability. He does not have that anxiety. He has the specific invulnerability of a person who has decided, at the level of operating system rather than conscious choice, that the injuries are temporary and the recovery is guaranteed, and the danger is something that happens to a body without diminishing the person inside it. Carl's normalization is different again. Carl is more intelligent than Lenny and possibly more intelligent than the plant workers generally. A fact that the show reveals in moments when his intelligence is required by the plot and that the plant's day-to-day culture does not otherwise require or reward. Carl knows the plant is dangerous. He is not unaware. But he has made the specific calculation, the one that many intelligent people in dangerous industries make, that the income and the relationships and the stability that the job provides are worth the risk that the job imposes. And having made that calculation, he does not revisit it daily, because revisiting it daily would make working there impossible. The plant's cafeteria deserves its own consideration. The cafeteria serves the workers their lunch. This is a mundane thing. It is a mundane thing that the show depicts in passing in various episodes, a background setting for scenes that are about other things. But the cafeteria of the Springfield nuclear power plant, in the context of a facility with 342 safety violations and a history of radioactive contamination, is doing something that the show never quite addresses directly. The cafeteria's food is produced in a building whose environment is compromised. The water that goes into the cooking, the surfaces that the food touches, the air that circulates through the kitchen and the dining room, all of it is the air and water and surface of the Springfield nuclear power plant. The workers eat their lunch there every day. They eat it in the proximity of the things that are wrong with the facility. And they eat it without generally thinking about what they are eating in. This is not a conspiracy. It is not a deliberate poisoning. It is simply the practical consequence of a decision made and maintained by Burns and enabled by Homer's incompetence in the complicity of the regulatory environment that should prevent it to run a nuclear facility in a way that prioritizes operational continuity over worker safety. The workers absorb this. They bring their thermoses and their brown bags, and they sit at the plastic tables in the cafeteria and they eat their sandwiches. And the cooling towers continue their indifferent operation outside the window. And the day continues in the specific way that days at a nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations continue, which is to say normally, which is to say with the specific normality that is the achieved outcome of decades of normalization. And Homer is there among them, eating his donuts, telling his stories, being exactly who he is in the one place that has no incentive to want him to be other than he is. Because other than he is might notice something. Other than he is might ask questions. Other than he is would be Frank Grimes. And Frank Grimes is dead. Let's extend this geography outward from the plant into the residential areas of Springfield. Because the geography of grief is not limited to the people who work at the plant. It extends to everyone who lives in the radius of the plant's influence, which, given the town's environmental profile, is everyone in Springfield. Evergreen Terrace in the early morning. The Simpson house at 7 a.m. Homer is already gone. He left for the plant in the pre-dawn quiet, the car backing out of the driveway with a dependability that is one of Homer's genuine virtues. Whatever else he is, he shows up. Marge is making breakfast. She has been awake for an hour already, doing the quiet, invisible maintenance work of a household. The work that does not appear in the household's official ledger of effort, because it was done before anyone else was awake to observe it. Lisa comes down first. She is carrying a book that she has been reading since last night, the bookmark deep enough in it to suggest she read most of it between dinner and this morning. She sits at the kitchen table with the specific alertness of a person who slept enough, but whose mind started running before her body was ready. She accepts the orange juice Marge puts in front of her without looking up from the page. Bart comes down last, wearing the expression of someone who has been awake for an insufficient amount of time, and who is approaching the morning with the wary skepticism of an individual for whom mornings have historically not been generous. He sits and eats with the mechanical efficiency of a person who is eating, because the body requires it rather than because the meal is a pleasure. Marge watches them. She is always watching them. Not with the surveillance of anxiety, but with the specific attention of a person whose deepest pleasure is the ordinary company of the people she loves. The kitchen, in this moment, before the day fully begins, is the place where the family is most itself. Before the school and the plant and the quick E-Mart and all the other institutions of Springfield take them and give them their roles for the day. In this moment, they are simply the family, simply here. There is something unbearably gentle about this moment, and the show knows this. It has depicted versions of it hundreds of times in the background of episodes that were about other things, as a frame for the main action, as the context that gives the day's adventures their emotional meaning. The kitchen in the morning is where Springfield's grief is gentlest, where the weight of everything, the plant and the radiation and the economics and the unfulfilled potential and the lost mother and the borrowed time is lightest, where what remains is simply the family at the table and the morning light and the orange juice and the book. This is what is being preserved. This is what the loop is protecting. Not the comedy and not the catchphrases and not the cultural phenomenon. This, the kitchen in the morning, the family before the day takes them. That is what Springfield has been doing for 36 years. That is what the impossible, irrational, beautiful town at the center of an impossible, irrational, beautiful show has been refusing to let end. The kitchen in the morning. Just this. Expanded Section 2. The Whisper Network. Extended. Let's go back to the Whisper Network and find the threads we missed the first time through. There is a relationship in Springfield that the show has depicted with great consistency and almost no direct attention. The relationship between Marge Simpson and Ned Flanders. that carries more weight than either character's solo storylines would suggest. Ned has been in love with Marge, not overtly, not in a way that the show makes the center of any single episode, but in the ambient, perpetual way that a certain kind of person is in love with a certain kind of person who is unavailable to them. Not obsessively, not destructively, just with the quiet, sustained appreciation of a man who knows exactly what he sees in his neighbor and has made peace through years of prayer and effort with the fact that what he sees is not his to have. Marge is everything that Ned would want in a partner if circumstances were different. She is patient. She is warm. She is the moral center of her household in the way that Ned has always hoped to be the moral center of his. She is in the specific qualities that Ned values, the person he would have chosen. And she chose Homer. This is not played for tragedy. The show does not make Ned's appreciation of Marge into a plotline of yearning or tension. It is simply present, a background warmth in his interactions with her, a care that is slightly more careful than neighborly obligation requires, an attention that is gentle and restrained, and that Marge may or may not notice, and that Homer almost certainly does not. Ned's loss of Maud and his subsequent season of widowhood illuminate this thread more clearly. He is a man who knows how to love a woman well. He knows how to be present and attentive and faithful. And the woman he was present and attentive and faithful to is gone. And he is living next door to the person who, in a different story, might have been the one who didn't leave. This is not a love story. It is not meant to be a love story. It is the show's specific honesty about the way that proximity over time creates the conditions for feelings that are never acted on and never spoken of, and that simply exist in the quiet of a neighborly relationship as a form of grief that nobody has a name for. The thing you almost had. The person who was nearly yours in a story that didn't go that way. The warmth of being known by someone without the complications of being together with them. Ned is, in his specific, prayerful, unbothered way, one of the most romantic figures in Springfield. And the romance is entirely in what he does not say and does not do and does not pursue. That restraint is love of a particular kind, difficult and rare. Now let's talk about the relationship between Apu and Homer that the show has built over 36 years, and that is, underneath the comedy of their interactions, one of the more genuinely moving friendships the show contains. Apu is the person who sees Homer most clearly in certain respects. The Quick E-Mart is the place Homer goes at the specific, unstructured edges of his day, the parts of the day that are not work and not home, and not Moe's bar, the in-between times. The drive home with a stop, for one thing. The errand that takes slightly longer than it needed to because Homer spent 10 minutes talking to Apu. In those conversations, something happens that does not quite happen anywhere else in Homer's life. Apu talks to Homer like an intelligent man talking to another intelligent man. Not because Homer is operating at a particularly high intellectual level, but because Apu is operating with the specific generosity of a person who understands that intelligence is not the only measure of a person worth talking to. Who knows, from his own experience, that being underestimated is a particular kind of loneliness? Who extends to Homer the courtesy of taking him seriously in a way that the plant and Burns and the town's general opinion of Homer do not? Homer does not know how to receive this gracefully. He rarely receives anything gracefully. But the specific ease of his relationship with Apu, the way he shows up at the Quick E-Mart with the unhurried body language of a person who is somewhere they belong, suggests that he has registered at the level below conscious thought that something good happens when he is in that space. And Apu, who has his own loneliness, his own displacement, his own private geography of lost potential, finds in Homer a specific kind of company. Homer is a man who cannot pretend to be other than what he is. He lacks the social sophistication to perform a version of himself. He is always entirely Homer. And for a man who spends significant portions of his life navigating the performance expectations of an immigrant in a community that does not always see him fully, the company of a person who cannot perform is a relief. They are friends. The show does not always foreground this. It does not make their friendship a plot. But it is there. It has been there for 36 years. And it is one of the show's quiet triumphs. The friendship between the Quick E-Mart owner with a doctorate in computer science and the nuclear plant worker with a crayon in his brain, who meet every few days in the middle of the afternoon and talk about nothing in particular and are, in those specific conversations, exactly who they are. The show's whisper network also includes the things that characters know about each other that are never said and never acted on, but that shape the interactions nonetheless. Lisa knows that Bart loves her more than he knows how to show. She knows it in the specific way that younger siblings sometimes know things about older ones that the older ones are still figuring out. The way that being the person who is loved allows you to see the love even when it is dressed in aggression or dismissal, or the specific teasing that older brothers use to maintain their emotional, plausible deniability. Bart pulls her hair. He steals her things. He demolishes her projects with spectacular, often unintentional finality. And he also, quietly, in the background of various episodes, does the things that a person does when they love someone. He shows up. He helps, clumsily, when she is in genuine trouble. He is, when the situation requires it, and his guard is down, exactly the big brother she needs. Lisa knows this. She has always known this. The knowledge is part of how she tolerates everything else. Homer and Lisa's relationship is the show's most carefully observed father-daughter dynamic, which is remarkable given that it is also the dynamic with the largest intelligence gap between the two people. Homer cannot keep up with Lisa intellectually. He knows this. She knows he knows this. This asymmetry should, in principle, make their relationship awkward or hierarchical in ways that would diminish it. Instead, it has become the space where the show explores what love looks like when it transcends comprehension. Homer does not understand Lisa's arguments, her convictions, her musical choices, her activism, her science fair projects, her philosophical readings. He does not understand most of what makes Lisa who she is. But he loves it. He loves it in the way that a person loves something they don't understand, because the thing exists in the person they love. And the person they love is therefore the reason the incomprehensible thing is precious. Homer's pride in Lisa is enormous and specific and entirely uncomplicated by his inability to explain what she does. He does not need to explain it. He needs only to be her father. And being her father, for Homer, means showing up with unconditional love for everything she is, including the parts that make no sense to him. This is the deepest whisper in the Simpson family. The specific, wordless understanding between them. The way that Homer, who is not a man of insight, has the most important insight about his daughter, exactly right. That she is extraordinary. That she is more than he expected. That the mystery of her is not a problem to solve, but a gift to receive. He does not always behave in ways that reflect this understanding. He is often obtuse, often distracted, often the obstacle to the very thing he loves about her. But the understanding is there. In the specific way his face changes when he watches her play saxophone. In the way he talks about her to other people with a pride that is entirely without qualification. The Whisper Network is made of exactly this, the things that are known without being said. The loves that are felt without being articulated. The specific languages that people develop over years of proximity for communicating things that the available words cannot hold. Springfield speaks fluently in these languages. It always has. The most important things it has ever said, it has never quite said at all. Expanded Section 3. The grief beneath the laughs, extended. Let's stay in the territory of grief and go further. There is a character in Springfield who is never given a name in the usual sense. He is the man who appears in the background of certain scenes, holding a sign that says the end is near, and who is consistently and completely ignored by everyone around him. He appears in shopping malls, on street corners, at public events. He is always there. He is always holding his sign, and Springfield always walks past him without acknowledgement. He is not a joke, exactly, or rather he is a joke that carries a specific cargo beyond comedy. He is the show's visual representation of the prophetic voice that goes unheeded. The person who is saying something true and being treated as part of the landscape. Springfield has always had this person. Every town has this person. The person whose perception of what is happening is more accurate than the consensus and who is regarded, because their accuracy is uncomfortable as a crank, as background noise, as the eccentric you step around on your way to the thing you were already going to do. The end is near man in Springfield is always right. The town has ended several times. It has come very close to ending many more times. The sign is not alarmism. It is consistent, documented observation. But because the observation is delivered by a person in the specific costume of the unhinged prophet, the person who is supposed to be ignored, it is ignored. This is the show's comment on how communities manage the people who can see what the community prefers not to see. You do not argue with them. You do not engage with them. You simply assign them to the category of person whose observation does not require a response, and you walk past. Now let's talk about a death that the show has handled with more care than almost any other, but that nonetheless sits in the category of buried and inadequately processed grief. Edna Krabappel. Edna Krabappel, Bart's fourth-grade teacher, was one of the show's most fully realized secondary characters. She was introduced as an antagonist for Bart, the specific antagonist of a teacher who is burned out, who has lost the thread of why she entered the profession, and who regards Bart Simpson with the combination of exasperation and grudging respect that he has earned through years of spectacular and creative misbehavior. The show complicates this initial characterization almost immediately. Edna is not simply burned out, she is lonely. Her marriage failed. Her personal life is a series of disappointing encounters with men who do not see her as she deserves to be seen. She goes home to an apartment that is exactly the kind of apartment that a person lives in when they have not quite built the life they intended and are not sure how to start again. The relationship between Edna and Bart over seasons of episodes becomes one of the show's most honest depictions of the teacher-student dynamic that goes beyond the curriculum. Edna sees Bart, not as his behavioral record defines him, though she is not unaware of the record, as the person underneath the record, the specific, infuriating, occasionally brilliant person that all the misbehavior is protecting. And Bart, who has built his entire identity around being the person that authority does not see clearly, is disarmed by this. He does not know what to do with a teacher who actually looks at him. He responds to it in the only way his personality allows, which is to continue the misbehavior with slightly less conviction, as if testing whether the seeing is real or temporary. It is real. Edna maintains it across seasons. She is not always generous. She is not always patient. She has her bad days and her bitterness and her specific, sharp disappointment with the career and the life that have not delivered what she was promised. But she sees Bart. and that seeing is, and in the economy of Bart's emotional world, a significant gift. Then Ned and Edna got together. This was the show doing something it does not always do, giving a lonely character happiness that did not feel forced or unearned. They met in circumstances that were improbable but not impossible, and they discovered in each other something genuinely valuable. Ned's kindness without condescension, Edna's honesty without cruelty. Two people who had both been let down by their previous lives, finding something that worked in the specific way that things work when you have both been through enough to know what matters and what doesn't. Their relationship was warm and funny and occasionally surprising. Ned navigated the culture clash between his faith and Edna's considerably more secular disposition with the specific grace that Ned brings to everything. Edna navigated Ned's earnestness with the specific affection of a person who has been surrounded by irony for long enough to find earnestness genuinely refreshing. They were good together. The show knew this. The audience responded to this. It was one of those pairings that, when it arrived, felt inevitable and right. And then Marcia Wallace, who voiced Edna Krabappel, died. In October 2013, between the show's 24th and 25th seasons. She died and Edna Krabappel could not continue because Edna Krabappel was Marcia Wallace in ways that went beyond voice acting. She was the character. The show's decision about how to handle this was careful and, in its way, deeply kind. Edna's death was acknowledged but not depicted. It was processed by the characters in the way that real deaths are processed. Obliquely, through behavior changes, through absence, through Ned's specific and now familiar posture of a man bearing loss with faith and grief in equal measure. There was a moment in a subsequent episode where Bart was in his classroom and looked at the board, and there were Edna's words still written there, her familiar handwriting. And he stood and looked at it for a moment. Just looked. And then the episode continued. That moment is the show at its most honest. The grief of a student for a teacher who saw them. The specific weight of the classroom without the person who made it matter. The chalk on the board that will be erased eventually, but that is still there now, still carrying the handwriting of someone who is gone. There is a dimension to this that extends beyond the show's fiction. Because Marcia Wallace is not a character, she was a person. And the loss that Springfield performed in its episodes was not purely theatrical. It was, in its specific way, real. The show has experienced other losses of this kind. Phil Hartman, who voiced Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz, died in 1998. His characters were retired rather than recast because they were too specifically him to be anyone else. They simply stopped appearing. And Springfield is slightly different without them. Slightly smaller, with specific spaces in the comedy that the other characters move around without filling. These losses are part of the show's real history now. They are part of what makes it what it is. The accumulated absences, the specific shapes of the people who are not there anymore, the handwriting on the board that will not be added to. This is grief at the deepest level, not the grief of fictional characters, though that is real too. The grief of an institution of human creativity that has been running long enough to have lost the people who built it, to have had to continue without them, to carry them, in the specific way that anything that runs long enough carries the people who gave it life, as presence and absence, as the thing that was and the shape it left behind. Springfield carries its dead, the fictional and the real. It carries them in the same way it carries everything, quietly, without ceremony, just continuing, just showing up, just keeping the lights on. Expanded Section 4. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, Extended. Let's go deeper into the children and find the threads that run below the surface of their characters. Bart Simpson has never been given the specific dignity that the show knows he deserves and has consistently not known how to provide. This is not a failure of the show's intentions. It is a failure of the show's premise. The premise requires Bart to be the troublemaker. The premise requires that the school's assessment of him be more or less correct, that the grades be poor and the detentions be earned, and the disappointments be regular. The premise requires this because without it, Bart is simply a very smart child in an environment that cannot hold him. And that story has a conclusion that the premise cannot accommodate. The conclusion is that Bart would leave. The conclusion is that a gifted child in an environment that consistently fails him eventually finds the environment that can hold him if the universe is fair and the adults around him are paying attention. And neither of those things is true in Springfield. So the show keeps Bart in the failure, keeps him in detention, and keeps him in the wrong reading group, and keeps him in the position of the bad student who confirms everyone's expectations by being exactly what everyone expected. But the show also, in its best moments, cannot quite maintain the pretense that this is all Bart is. It keeps showing you the other thing, the intelligence, the creativity, the specific gift for leadership that the same population that follows Homer's mob also follows, when Bart is the one organizing it with a different kind of energy, the energy of people who are being led by someone who actually knows where they are going. There is an episode where Bart discovers something he is genuinely good at. It changes depending on the episode, but the template is consistent. Bart encounters a domain in which his specific combination of physical intelligence, social awareness, and creative problem solving produces genuine excellence. He is a good skateboarder. He is a surprisingly good baseball player. He has a period as a successful entrepreneur. He has moments as a leader that produce real outcomes. In each of these episodes, the good thing is taken away. Not always through Bart's failure, sometimes through circumstances, sometimes through the specific way that Springfield's systems respond to a child succeeding in an unconventional direction, which is to fold the success back into failure because success in an unconventional direction would require the system to update its assessment of Bart, and systems resist updating. The cruelty is not intentional. Springfield's educational system is not designed to fail Bart. It is designed to handle the students it knows how to handle, which does not include Bart, and to file the students it cannot handle in the available administrative category, which is problem student. Bart is filed there and the file remains closed. The weight of this, the specific weight of 36 years of being misunderstood by every institution that should have understood him, is visible in certain episodes in a way that the show does not dwell on but cannot quite hide. There are moments where Bart's exhaustion is visible. Not the physical exhaustion of a hyperactive child, the emotional exhaustion of a person who has been fighting the same misperception for their entire life and who has not yet decided to stop, but who is, in certain quiet moments, aware of the cost of continuing. This exhaustion makes the moments of genuine connection more poignant. When Bart connects with Lisa, when the sibling relationship drops its usual armor and the two of them are simply with each other, the warmth of that connection has the specific quality of a relief that has been earned by everything it is temporarily releasing. The fight pauses. The positions relax. They are just brother and sister in the ordinary, unremarkable, irreplaceable way of siblings who have grown up in the same house. Lisa's arc runs alongside Bart's in ways the show has always acknowledged. She is the counterpoint to him, the child whose gifts are recognized by the institution because her gifts look like what the institution is designed to recognize. Good grades, demonstrated ability, the specific performance of excellence that the educational system knows how to reward. But Lisa's recognition by the institution is not the same as being supported by it. Recognition without support is the specific condition of the exceptionally intelligent student in an underfunded school. You are acknowledged as special. You are given slightly more latitude than the average student. And then you are left to figure out what to do with your exceptionalism in a context that has no infrastructure for it. Springfield Elementary does not have the gifted program that Lisa needs. It does not have the advanced coursework. It does not have the mentors. It has Miss Hoover, who is a decent enough teacher for the average student and who regards Lisa with a combination of appreciation and exhaustion that mirrors the town's general response to Lisa's gifts, which is to see them and be glad they exist and have no idea what to do with them. Lisa manages this the way she manages everything by being sufficient unto herself, by building the intellectual life she needs with the materials available, which are her own intelligence and the school library, and the occasional teacher who briefly comprehends what she requires before the episode ends and they disappear. This is a form of loneliness that the show depicts with great accuracy. The loneliness of a person who is their own best resource, who has learned, because they had to need less from others than they actually need. Maggie is still watching all of this. From her position in the household, the youngest and the most underestimated, Maggie has a view of the family that no one else has. She has seen Bart's exhaustion and Lisa's loneliness, and Homer's managed despair and Marge's quiet maintenance of everything. She has absorbed all of it from the vantage point of the person no one is paying attention to, and she has been deciding what to do with it. The show has not told us what she has decided. The show may never tell us because what Maggie has decided may be the ending of the story, and the show will not end. But there is one thing we know about Maggie from everything the show has shown us. She will not waste what she has been given. She will not let the intelligence go unused because the world does not expect it. She will not do what Lisa has done, which is to pour herself out into the world and hope the world has room for her. She will not do what Bart has done, which is to pour himself out in the directions the world is most alarmed by. Maggie has been watching both of those strategies. She has been assessing their returns. She is going to do something else. Something that neither her siblings nor her parents have attempted. She is going to do it in her own time, at her own signal, in the way that a person does something when they have had long enough to think about it. And when she does, Springfield will not be prepared, but it will be, in some deep and wordless way, exactly what Springfield needed. Because that is what Maggie is. What Springfield needed, waiting. Expanded it. Section 5. The women Springfield erased. Extended. Let's go further into Marge. Because Marge deserves more time than we have yet given her. Marge Bouvier was born into a family of women defined by their relationship to limitation. Her mother, Jacqueline, is a woman of sharp intelligence and specific sadness. A woman who married below herself in some functional sense. Not below her class, but below the level of engagement she required, and who spent her marriage and her widowhood in the specific company of a man, and then the specific absence of a man who did not quite meet what she was. This is not unique to the Bouvier women. This is the specific condition of a generation of American women who came of age in the era when the options available to them were still severely limited, and who found within those options lives that were adequate but not quite full. Jacqueline is not a monster. She is not even most of the time unkind. But she has the specific quality of a person who is disappointed in a direction that they cannot fully articulate, because articulating it would require naming what they actually wanted, which would require acknowledging that they were not allowed to want it. Marge grew up in this atmosphere. The specific atmosphere of a household organized around a level of expectation that never quite admitted what it was expecting. where the women were capable of more than they were given space to do and knew it, and managed that knowledge in the way that the generation before them had managed it, by channeling the capability into the domestic sphere and calling it success. Marge broke this pattern in the specific way that The Simpsons allows. She chose Homer. She chose the man her family did not quite endorse, the man who was visibly not the optimal choice by the metrics her family used. And she built a life with him that is, by any measure except the one her family used, genuinely good. But she did not break the pattern entirely. She is still the keeper. She is still the person who absorbs and manages and maintains. She has found a different object for those capabilities, a different household to run, a different set of people to hold. But the fundamental structure of her contribution, the way that her intelligence and capability serve the family rather than themselves, is the same structure her mother taught her. The show has explored this most honestly in the episodes where Marge gets something for herself. A job, a hobby, an accomplishment that is hers rather than the family's. In those episodes, Marge discovers the specific pleasure of being competent in a direction that does not require her to subordinate herself to anyone else's needs. The pleasure of doing a thing well for its own sake and for her own sake. And then the family's needs reassert themselves, and Marge returns to the center. This is not tragedy. Let me say this clearly. This is not the show telling you that Marge is trapped or oppressed or failed. The show is more complicated than that. Marge's choice to return to the center is a genuine choice. It reflects her actual values and her actual assessment of what matters. The family is the thing she chose. She means the choice. But the show also honors, in those episodes, the specific truth that choosing the family repeatedly and entirely has a cost. That the person who Marge could have been in the other direction is real. That she exists, this other Marge, in the specific subjunctive space of choices not made, not as a reproach, as a presence. The painter who is also a mother, the detective who is also a wife, the entrepreneur who is also a keeper of a household that would dissolve without her. These are real people, and they are Marge, and they live in the background of every episode as the road not taken. That is also somehow the road that runs alongside this one. The Marge at the sink is thinking about the other Marge. Not with regret exactly, with the specific awareness of a person who has made their choices clearly enough to know what they cost. This clarity is Marge's great gift. She is not deluded about her life. She sees it precisely, including its costs. And she chooses it anyway, not from resignation, but from conviction, and the combination of clear seeing and genuine choosing is what makes her the most quietly heroic character in the show. Because choosing something clearly, when you can see what it costs, is a different thing than choosing it without seeing. It is an act of will, of love without illusion, of commitment that has been renewed episode by episode, year by year, season by season for 36 years. That is not nothing. That is, in its way, everything. Expanded Section 9. Burns's Empire, Extended. Burns controls Springfield's relationship to its own history in ways that are easy to miss unless you look at the show's history from the outside. The town of Springfield has no memorial to the people who have been harmed by the plant's operations. No public acknowledgement of the environmental contamination. No civic record of the investigations that should have happened and didn't. No institutional memory of the accidents and near misses and the occasional catastrophe that passed without official consequence. This is not an oversight. This is the architecture. The absence of institutional memory is itself a form of control. A community without a record of what has been done to it is a community that cannot advocate for itself on the basis of history. A community that cannot say consistently and with documentation This is what has happened here, and this is what it cost, and these are the people who made the decisions that led to it. Without the record, there is only the present moment. And in the present moment, as Burns has arranged things, the plant is the town's employer and power source and economic engine, and there is no context for imagining things any other way. Burns has also, across decades of operation, managed the town's relationship to expertise. The people who might produce the record, the scientists and the environmental engineers and the epidemiologists who would need to aggregate the data that would create the documentation of what the plant has done, have not been present in Springfield in sufficient numbers to do that work. The university, which might produce such people, is not well funded. The local government, which might commission such studies, is not equipped to read them if they existed. And the state and federal regulatory infrastructure that is theoretically responsible for this oversight has been, through the specific, ambient Burnesian mechanics of civic influence, directed toward other priorities. This is the architecture at its most ambitious. The control not just of what happens, but of what can be seen and said and remembered and acted upon about what happens. Springfield cannot challenge Burns because Springfield cannot quite see Burns, cannot see him as the structural element he is, cannot look at its own condition and trace it back to the source, cannot hold in its collective mind, simultaneously and in relation to each other, the contaminated water and the yellow skin and the four fingers, and the economic dependency and the institutional capture and the managed ignorance, and understand them as parts of a single system organized around a single beneficiary. The vision required to see this is exactly the vision that the contamination has compromised. This is the deepest architecture, the poison that prevents the diagnosis. Homer cannot see it because his cognitive function has been diminished. The town cannot see it because the town's cognitive function has been, through the same mechanisms operating at scale, managed toward blindness. And Burns, who can see all of it, who has built all of it, who tends to it with the specific devotion of a very old man, whose life's work is the continued operation of the system he constructed, looks down from his office at the cooling towers and the river and the little yellow town in the valley below and maintains the only thought that matters. The plant is still running. The plant is always still running. And that is enough. Expanded Section 10. Springfield's Crisis of Faith Extended. Let's go back to Ned and stay there for a while. Because Ned's faith is the show's most sustained and most costly engagement with the question of what it means to believe in something in the face of evidence that the something does not care about you in the way you care about it. Ned is, by every conventional measure, the most religious character in Springfield. He attends church every week without fail. He reads his Bible every morning. He prays before meals with a specificity and a sincerity that the rest of Springfield regards with a mixture of admiration and embarrassment. He structures his entire moral life around the commandments of his faith, and he does so not performatively but privately, in the way that genuine faith is private, the daily negotiation between what you believe and what you do. The show has tested this faith repeatedly. We have talked about Maud. We have talked about the house. We have talked about the silence of God in the direction of a man who is always listening. But let's talk about the specific theology of Ned Flanders' faith in more detail, because the show has been careful about it. Ned believes in a God who is interventionist, a God who acts in history, in the lives of individuals, in the specific arrangements of events that produce outcomes. A God who hears prayer and responds to it, not always directly, not always legibly, but responds. This theology is being tested by every episode in which Homer receives divine communication and Ned receives silence. The God of Ned's belief is a God who chooses, and the choosing, as the show depicts it, does not favor the devout. It favors Homer. This is not cruelty on the show's part. It is a genuine theological observation. The question of why faith does not produce the outcomes that faith predicts, the question of why the good suffer and the careless are protected, Todd, is one of the oldest and most seriously engaged questions in human religious thought. It has produced entire traditions of theodicy, the branch of theology devoted to justifying the ways of God in the face of the apparent randomness of divine attention. Ned has not read these texts. He is not a theologian. He is a man of practical faith, a man whose religion is lived rather than studied. And the lived reality of his faith is a sustained encounter with a God who is not answering. This is not crisis for Ned, not in the formal sense. He does not lose his faith. He does not renounce. He does not have the dark night of the soul that the theological tradition describes as the precondition for a deeper, more mature faith. He just keeps going. He keeps showing up to church. He keeps praying in the morning. He keeps bringing casseroles to neighbors who have not earned them. He keeps forgiving Homer. He keeps being, to the best of his ability, the person his faith calls him to be, without any reassurance that the calling is being heard. This is either the show's portrait of a man trapped in a pathological delusion, or the show's portrait of the most genuinely admirable form of faith, the faith that does not require reward, that does not demand reciprocation, that persists without the comfort of response. The show leaves this ambiguous, which is the correct choice. The ambiguity honors both the critique and the faith. The critique being that a God who does not answer is not serving the person who is asking. The faith being that the asking is not contingent on the answering. That the posture of faith, the daily orientation towards something beyond yourself, is the thing, not the response, the orientation. Ned Flanders every morning faces in the direction of something he cannot verify and affirms his relationship to it. Not because it has given him anything, not because the evidence is encouraging, because the facing is who he is. Because the faith, however imperfectly answered, has organized his life in a way that has produced the things he values most. The care he gives, and the grace he extends, and the love he offers, without condition, even to Homer Simpson, especially to Homer Simpson, who has received from Ned without fully knowing it, and without ever properly reciprocating it, more sustained and generous attention than anyone else in his life except Marge. Ned's faith is, in its most specific and practical output, the love of his neighbor, which is, in the vocabulary of the tradition he inhabits, the thing the tradition says is the point. Maybe that is why God talks to Homer and not to Ned, because Ned already knows. He has always known. He does not need to be told. He just does it every day without expectation of return. That is not pathology. That is not delusion. That is in the specific vocabulary of the oldest human conversations about what we owe each other, grace. Springfield has, in Ned Flanders, a saint. Not a saint in the formal, canonized, biographical sense. A saint in the practical, daily, unrecognized sense. A person who gives without calculating, who forgives without forgetting, who maintains in the face of continuous evidence that the world does not operate on the principles he was promised. The specific posture of a person who has decided to be the principal anyway. The world does not deserve Ned Flanders. Springfield does not deserve Ned Flanders. But Springfield has him. It has had him for 36 years. And whatever the show believes about the God Ned prays to, It is clear about the value of what Ned has built in the space beside Homer's house. The specific, irreplaceable, unacknowledged value of a neighbor who shows up, who brings the casserole, who lends the tool, who forgives the forgiveness requiring thing, and then goes home and prays for the forgiver's welfare. That is the gift of Ned Flanders to Springfield. The gift of a person who is better than the circumstances require, who is better than the town deserves, who shows up anyway, every morning, every Sunday, every time Homer needs something, and does not ask. The fence between their houses is not a barrier. It is the measure of the distance between two different ways of being in the world. And the fence, for all of its history, has never separated them from each other's company. They are neighbors. They have always been neighbors. In Springfield, that means something. In Springfield, that means everything. Closing passages. Extended final meditation. We have traveled a long way tonight. We have been through the plant and its architecture of damage, through the kitchen in the morning and what it holds, through the whisper network and the things that are known without being said, through the grief that sits beneath the laughs like water beneath a street, invisible but audible, shaping everything above it. We have sat with the children and their impossible specific gifts, with the women who carried more than they were asked to carry and chose to carry it anyway, with the supporting players who have been accumulating backstory in the margins for 36 years and who deserve every paragraph they were given here. We have mapped Burns's empire with the patience it deserves. We have sat in Ned's pew and listened to the silence that he calls beyond his prayer life. We have watched Homer sleep through his divine encounters and Ned wake up to another morning of unreturned faith, and the sun come up over Evergreen Terrace the way it always does, illuminating the same houses and the same street and the same yellow family getting ready for another day. Inside the loop. The loop. That is what it all comes back to. The loop that Springfield lives in. The specific, beautiful, terrible loop of a family that does not age in a town that does not change in a show that will not end. We built the loop. The audience of Springfield, which is the audience of America, which is the audience that has been sitting down on Sunday nights since December of 1989 and turning on the television and watching the couch gag and settling in. We built the loop. We built it because we needed it. Because the world outside the television changes, and sometimes the change is wonderful, and sometimes the change is terrible, and sometimes the change is simply the relentless passage of time doing what it does, taking things and people and making them unrecognizable to the people who loved them when they were familiar. The Simpsons does not change. The Simpsons has not changed in 36 years. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. The plant is still leaking. The fish still has 3 eyes. Ned is still praying. Moe is still behind the bar. Burns is still alive through the specific, improbable mechanics of wealth and weekly medical treatment. And Homer is still, every night, falling asleep on the couch while the television plays to his sleeping face. Maybe that is the loop. Maybe the loop is not horror and not prison and not the elaborate cage of a coma dream or a radiation-damaged community. Maybe the loop is simply this: a family that will not let its story end. A family that keeps choosing, in every episode, in every season, and every Sunday night, to continue. To show up at the kitchen table in the morning. To take the job they don't love so the family they do love can have what it needs. To forgive the unforgivable thing, and then the next unforgivable thing, and the one after that, because the alternative is the end of the story, and the end of the story is not something that any of them can choose. Homer cannot choose it. He is the story. Marge cannot choose it. She is the one keeping it going. Bart cannot choose it. He is still somewhere underneath everything. the boy who needs his father to know him. Lisa cannot choose it. She is still somewhere underneath everything, the girl who is too much for the room and loves the room anyway. And Maggie cannot choose it. Not yet. She is still watching, still waiting, still deciding what kind of story to step into when she is ready. The Loop is the love story. It has always been the love story. The story of people who love each other in the specific way of people who have no other options, and who have decided that having no other options is a gift rather than a limitation. Springfield is home. For 36 years, it has been home. For everyone who grew up watching it, and for everyone who came to it later, and for everyone who will come to it in the future, it will be home in the specific way that the fictional places we love are always home. Not because they are perfect, not because they are safe, but because they are familiar. Because they hold something that we recognize, because the yellow family on the couch is, in some light, our family. Because Evergreen Terrace is, in some light, our street. Because Homer is, in some light, the person we know we are being asked to be better than, and also the person we cannot quite bring ourselves not to love. He is so easy to love. That is the secret of Homer Simpson that the show has been holding for 36 years. He is so easy, so absurdly, so completely easy to love. Not despite the flaws, because of them, because the flaws are where the love got in. Because the specific openness of a person who has failed so many times that they have given up the performance of competence is also the specific openness of a person who receives love with the full and unguarded warmth of someone who knows they need it. Homer needs to be loved. He has always needed to be loved. And the specific hunger of that need, Fana, worn completely visibly on the outside of him, without armor or strategy or the protective irony that most people deploy, is the thing that makes him, against all reasonable expectation, lovable. That is Springfield's secret. That is the show's secret. The thing you find at the bottom of 36 seasons of accumulated lore at the end of a long night in the dark corner of Springfield that most people never reach. Love that is given without qualification to a person who does not entirely deserve it. Love that persists despite the evidence. Love that shows up on Sunday nights and settles into the couch and laughs at the joke it has heard before and feels, for the duration of the episode, at home. That is the secret. It was always the secret. It will always be the secret. Good night, Springfield. Thank you for having us. We'll be back next Sunday. We always come back. Script complete. Voiceover pacing note for 11 Labs. Use the slowest, warmest available voice profile. Add 2-second pauses at all paragraph breaks. Add 4-second pauses between sections. The final passages should be read at approximately 70% of normal speed. This is a sleep script. The goal is the drift. Bonus section. The architecture of ordinary Tuesdays. There is a specific kind of episode in The Simpsons that does not get discussed in the analysis of its darkest lore because it is not dark in the obvious sense. It is the episode about an ordinary day. The episode where nothing particularly catastrophic happens, where the plot is small and the stakes are domestic and the resolution is quiet. These episodes are, in a strange way, the most revealing of what the show actually is. Because a show about a nuclear plant conspiracy and a billionaire who does not die, and a baby who shot a man can, on its worst days, feel like a show that is making ambitious claims about the nature of power and control and human limitation. Those claims may be valid, but they sit at a distance from the actual daily texture of the Simpson family's life. The Ordinary Tuesday episode does not sit at a distance from anything. The Ordinary Tuesday episode is the show sitting in itself and saying, this is what we are: a family, an ordinary day, the small negotiations of shared life. The particular way that these specific people love each other in the space between the catastrophes. Let me give you an ordinary Tuesday in the Simpson household. Homer wakes up at 7. He lies in bed for 5 minutes after the alarm, in the specific state of a person who is conscious enough to know they should get up and not yet conscious enough to do it. The ceiling of the bedroom is familiar. It has been familiar for 20 years. There is a water stain in one corner that Homer has meant to address for at least 15 of those years and has not addressed because the ceiling is functional and addressing it would require effort that could otherwise be spent on the couch. He goes to the bathroom. He showers with the thoroughness of a man who has learned, from specific experience, that the speed of the shower determines the temperature of the shower, and who has reached a specific accommodation with the hot water heater that allows both of them to fulfill their functions without disappointment. He goes downstairs. Marge is already there. She's been there for an hour. The kitchen smells like coffee and something cooking. This smell is one of the specific comforts of Homer's life, specific enough that the absence of it on days when it is absent is itself a thing he notices, a small diminishment of the morning's rightness. He eats breakfast. He reads, or tries to read, the newspaper. The newspaper is a connection to the world outside Evergreen Terrace, a world that Homer engages with inconsistently and with the specific selective attention of a person who is more interested in some parts of the world than others. The sports section is read with care. The rest is managed. Bart comes down and does what Bart does. Lisa comes down and does what Lisa does. Marge moves through the kitchen with the economy of someone who has performed these specific movements thousands of times and who has achieved a precision in them that looks effortless because the effort has been so thoroughly absorbed into habit. Homer leaves for work. He backs out of the driveway. He drives the same route he has always driven. He passes the same buildings in the same order. The plant's cooling towers appear at a specific point in the drive, visible above the other structures of Springfield's skyline. And Homer registers them the way he registers all familiar things, which is not quite registering them at all. They are part of the backdrop. He arrives at the plant. He goes to his station. He does his job in the specific way that Homer does his job, which is to occupy the position of the person doing the job while the job is mostly done or not done around him. At lunchtime, he eats in the cafeteria with Lenny and Carl. The conversation is about things that have nothing to do with anything. The game last night. A joke, one of them heard. The specific speculation about a piece of news that happened somewhere else and that they have opinions about based on limited information, and that they express with the confidence of people whose opinions are their own, regardless of their accuracy. This conversation is the specific pleasure of the lunchtime table, not the content, the company. Homer drives home. He stops, possibly at the Quick E-Mart. He has a conversation with Apu about something that does not matter and that he will not remember fully by the time he reaches the end of the block. He arrives at home. Marge is there, or is arriving. The children are home, or are arriving. The house is the specific, warm, slightly chaotic house of a family that is always in the middle of something and that manages the middle of something with the practiced imprecision of people who have stopped trying to manage it perfectly and have made peace with managing it adequately. Dinner. The table is the table of the specific family. The conversation is the conversation of this family, which means it is sometimes argument and sometimes laughter and sometimes the comfortable silence of people who have run out of things to say and are fine with that. After dinner, the couch, the television, Homer in his specific position, the one that always ends in sleep. Marge with her knitting or her magazine or her quiet presence beside him. The warmth of a person who has chosen to be here and is choosing it again right now. The children doing whatever children do in the evening hours. The specific individual lives that proceed in separate rooms and occasional intersection. And then the house quiets. And then the house is dark. And in the darkness, the ordinary Tuesday is over. And it was enough. Not a great day, not a bad day. The specific, unremarkable adequacy of a day in a family that is continuing, that is showing up, that is doing the ordinary things. These are the episodes the show does not get celebrated for. These are the episodes that do not make the lists of the best or the most important or the most revealing. But they are the show at its most honest, at its most itself. Because the show is not fundamentally about the billionaire who controls the town, or the baby with the gun, or the man who may have been dreaming since 1993. Those are the interesting stories. Those are the dark corners we have spent this long evening exploring. But the show is about the ordinary Tuesday. The kitchen in the morning, the couch in the evening, the family in between. That is the center. That is what everything else orbits. The dark lore is real. The buried threads are real. The specific sadness of Evergreen Terrace and the architecture of control and the grief beneath the laughs, all of it is real. But the center is the ordinary Tuesday. The center is always the family at the table. The center is Homer, half asleep on the couch, reaching out his hand in sleep toward the person beside him, and finding her there as he has always found her, as he will always find her in the particular faith that a man who does not have many kinds of faith has kept in the only one he needs. She is there. She is always there. And in the dark of an ordinary Tuesday in Springfield, in the yellow house at the end of the modest street, in the town that doesn't appear on any map, that is the whole story. That is the whole beautiful, improbable, irreducible story. She is there. Bonus section. The specific sound of Springfield. Close your eyes, not that you haven't already. There is a sound to Springfield that is distinct from the sound of any other fictional place in American culture. A sound that you know if you have spent any time there, that lives in the specific frequency of a place that is animated and voiced, and scored in a way that has become completely itself over 36 years of continuous production. It begins with the theme, the Danny Elfman theme that opens every episode, that has been opening every episode since 1989. That is one of the most recognizable pieces of television music in the history of the medium. Not because it is particularly complicated, because it is specific. It sounds like The Simpsons. It sounds like Sunday night and the beginning of the couch gag and the specific anticipation of a family that you know settling into the story they are about to tell you. The theme has not changed. In 36 years, the theme has not been altered in any significant way. It has been covered, sampled, referenced, parodied. But the original thing, the specific Elfman arrangement with its specific orchestration, is exactly the same as it was in 1989. This is not laziness. It is identity. The theme is Springfield's sound signature, the auditory equivalent of the yellow skin and the four fingers and the cooling towers. The thing that says you are here, this is the place, you know this place, you are home. Then there is Homer's voice. Dan Castellaneta has been providing Homer's voice for 36 years. The specific quality of that voice, the way it slides between despair and delight with no perceptible interval, the way it can produce in a single syllable both the absolute nadir of a man who has reached his limit and the absolute zenith of a man who has found a donut is one of the great vocal performances in the history of animation. Homer's voice is not one thing. It is the specific instrument that plays all of Homer's music, which is an orchestral score of a man who feels everything immediately and completely and expresses it at volume without filter. The specific sound Homer makes when he is at his worst, the sound that the internet has made famous, the sound of catastrophe arriving and being vocalized in real time, is not simply a catchphrase. It is a form of emotional transparency. It is what a person sounds like when they are experiencing something and have decided, consciously or not to manage the experience before expressing it. Homer does not manage his experiences. They arrive and he expresses them. This is not sophisticated. It is also not dishonest. There is a form of integrity in the person who does not curate their reactions, who is not performing their emotional life for an audience, who simply is what they are at the full volume that they are at. Homer's voice is that integrity made audible. Marge's voice is the opposite kind of music. Julie Kavner has given Marge a specific vocal quality, a warmth that is slightly constricted, a warmth that is being maintained against the specific pressure of a household that requires constant managing, a warmth that would fill more space if the space were available, but that has learned to fill the space that is available without complaining about the difference. There is a lot of information in Marge's voice. The way it rises at the end of Homer's name when she is approaching the limit of her patience. The way it softens when she is talking to her children about something that matters. The specific register it takes when she is being diplomatic in a situation that does not deserve diplomacy, but that she has decided deserves it anyway. Because diplomacy is what keeps the room functional. Marge's voice is the voice of a person who is always working, always managing the temperature of things, always making the small adjustments that keep the room at the right temperature for the people she loves. Lisa's voice, Nancy Cartwright providing Bart's, and Yeardley Smith providing Lisa's, are the two poles of the family's intelligence spectrum. Bart's voice has the specific energy of a person who is always in motion, always approaching the thing from an angle that the thing was not expecting, always finding the specific verbal entry point that will get maximum response from minimum effort. It is a voice that is having fun at the expense of the situation, which is the specific fun of a person who has learned that the situation can be made to yield something if you approach it with enough irreverence. Lisa's voice is the opposite. It is a voice that is always working toward meaning, always trying to say the true thing with the precision it deserves. There is a slight quality of strain in it. The strain of a person whose inner life is more complex than the available vocabulary can hold, and who is always therefore reaching for words that are slightly larger than the words that came easily. Maggie has no voice for most of the show's run, and her silence in the context of the specific vocal personalities of the people around her is the loudest thing in the house. The presence of a consciousness that does not speak while everyone else speaks is louder than speech. It is the specific loudness of a held breath, of something being prepared. The score of the show, by Alf Clausen for most of its run, is a constantly shifting orchestral commentary on the action, referencing everything from classical compositions to pop music to film scores in ways that are mostly played for jokes, but that occasionally produce something that is not quite a joke. Moments where the music reaches for something that the comedy does not quite cover and finds it. Moments where Springfield's specific emotional register, its particular blend of the ridiculous and the genuine, is held by the music in a way that the dialogue cannot manage alone. The sound of a fire, the sound of a crowd, the sound of Moe's bar in the afternoon, the specific ambient sound of a place that has been exactly itself for 36 years. The creak of the bar stool and the distant television and the sound of a man who tends bar because this is what he does, and who does it in the specific silence of a person who has made peace with the space between what they are doing and what they might have done. The sound of Evergreen Terrace on a Sunday morning, before the episode begins, before the theme plays. The specific quiet of a neighborhood that is still sleeping, that is not yet committed to the day, that holds in its stillness the possibility of whatever the episode will deliver. Springfield sounds like home. It has always sounded like home. The specific frequency of a place that you have visited so many times that it has become part of your auditory landscape, part of the background of your personal experience, part of the ambient soundtrack of the years you spent sitting on your own couch, watching someone else's family manage their impossible, ordinary, continuing life. That sound is inside you now. If you have watched the show with any consistency, it is simply there. Part of the furniture of your memory, available without effort when the right thing calls it up. The theme. Homer's expression of catastrophe. Marge's specific modulation of his name. Lisa's saxophone on the roof at midnight. The sound of Springfield. It sounds like home. It will always sound like home. Bonus section. What Springfield taught us about America. Let's end, as we should end, with the largest claim. The Simpsons is the longest-running primetime scripted show in the history of American television. This is a fact. It is a fact that means something beyond the simple accumulation of episodes and seasons and years. It means that for 36 years, The Simpsons has been the background of American cultural life. Not always the foreground, not always what people were talking about, but present, available, running. The familiar yellow faces on the Sunday night schedule, steady as a landmark, part of the furniture of the week. And what Springfield has taught us about America over those 36 years is not what the show set out to teach. The show set out to be funny. It is funny. It has been producing some of the most sophisticated comedy in the history of television for 3.5 decades. But what accumulated, without the show fully intending it, in the background of all those jokes and all those resets and all those couch gags and all those celebrity cameos and all those specific, careful, affectionate observations about the texture of American middle-class life is something that functions as a document of what America looked like during the years when this family was young and the cooling towers were new and the billionaire was slightly less impossible than he would become. And the town was just a town and the family was just a family. A document of what happened next. As the years passed and the economics shifted and the political landscape changed and the celebrity culture grew and the technology arrived, and the world that Homer was born into became unrecognizable to anyone who had been born into it without adequate warning. Springfield absorbed all of this. Through its floating timeline and its episodic structure and its commitment to the eternal present, Springfield absorbed everything that happened to America and rendered it, episode by episode, into the specific visual and narrative language of the show. The show depicted a middle-class family under economic pressure before economic pressure on the middle class was the story everyone was telling. It depicted a working man who was overqualified for the category he had been assigned to by his own limitations before that story became the story of a significant portion of the American workforce. It depicted a town where the democratic institutions were compromised by the influence of concentrated wealth before that became an acknowledged feature of American civic life rather than an abstract concern. Springfield was always ahead of the conversation, not because the writers had a crystal ball, because they were paying attention, and what they paid attention to for 36 years was the same family, the same faces, the same kitchen, and the same couch, and the same cooling towers. They paid attention to what it looks like when ordinary people try to live decent lives inside systems that are not designed with their decency in mind. What it costs, how it bends them, how, despite everything, they continue. They paid attention to love, to the specific, improbable, unreasonable persistence of love inside a system that would prefer compliance. And what they produced over 36 years of paying attention is the most sustained portrait of American life in the history of American television. Not the most beautiful, not the most accurate in every detail, the most sustained, the most willing to continue, the most Homer, which is to say, the most in love with its own imperfection, the most certain that the continuing is worth it, the most clear in the specific way that the clear thing is always the simple thing, that what matters is the family at the table. That is what Springfield taught us about America, that the family is always at the table, that the table is always available, that there is always another Sunday night, that the show, whatever you think of its later seasons and its earlier seasons and its specific episodes and its creative decisions and its political moments and its philosophical implications and its fan theories and its predictions and its mysteries, the show is still running. Still running. And as long as it is running, Springfield is alive. The family is at the table. Homer is on the couch. And somewhere in the quiet of an ordinary Springfield night, in the space between one episode and the next, between one season and the next, between one decade and the next, everything that was is still present. The kitchen smells like coffee and something cooking. The lights are on in the yellow house, and they will be on tomorrow. They will always be on tomorrow. Now close your eyes. You are on a couch somewhere, the television is playing, but you don't need to watch it. The light from the screen is warm and distant and familiar. The show is still running. Let it run. You don't have to stay awake for any of it. Springfield will be there when you open your eyes. It always is. Good night. Bonus section. The things that almost happened. Springfield's lost stories. There are stories that Springfield almost told. Stories that got close enough to the edge of the frame that you could see them before the episode ended, and the story pulled back, and the next week, everything was the same again. These are the almost stories, the almost Springfield. The version of this town and this family that existed briefly in the space between episodes, between seasons, in the specific suspension of the summer hiatus when anything might happen. And the thing that happens when the show returns is the choice to not quite go there. The almost divorce. The show has come close, multiple times. There have been episodes where Homer and Marge's marriage arrived at a point that felt like a genuine ending, where the accumulation of grievances and the specific exhaustion of a marriage that has been maintained through so much effort reached a critical mass that felt, in the context of the episode, like the thing that would finally tip the balance. And then it didn't. The balance held. The marriage continued. The reset happened, not always immediately, but eventually, in the specific way that the show eventually always resets. But those episodes left something. They left the knowledge that the marriage has been at that point. That the weight the show accumulates is not fictional. That the Simpsons marriage has been genuinely tested and has survived genuinely. Not easily. Not without cost. The almost Lisa leaving. There have been episodes where the specific, sustained incompatibility between Lisa and her environment reached a kind of limit, where the episode built toward a Lisa who had decided, this time, to actually go. To take the scholarship or the opportunity or the invitation and to leave Springfield for the larger world that her intelligence has always been reaching toward, and then she stayed. Or the opportunity fell through, or the choice was made for reasons the episode articulated with varying degrees of satisfaction, reasons that placed family above ambition or love above freedom, or the specific, complicated loyalty to the specific, imperfect place that has been both her prison and her home. The Almost Bart episode. The one where Bart's potential was going to be formally recognized, where the school or a teacher or a program was going to see what the show has always shown the audience, which is that there is something genuinely extraordinary in Bart Simpson that has never been given the infrastructure to develop. These episodes have been gestured at. They have arrived at the threshold. And then the story has turned in the direction it always turns, which is back to the familiar arrangement, the familiar Springfield, the familiar Bart, who is a problem student in a school that cannot hold him, and who will be a problem student in that school for as long as the show runs. The almost Homer moment. The moment when Homer was going to understand something fundamental about his situation, about the plant and Burns and the ways his life has been shaped by forces he cannot see. When the clarity was going to arrive, the specific clarity of a man whose cognitive fog lifts briefly enough that the architecture of his circumstances becomes visible. The crayon episode gets closest to this. When the crayon is removed and Homer's intelligence returns, and he can see Springfield for what it is, and then he chooses not to see it. He puts the crayon back. He chooses the fog. This is the show's most explicit engagement with the question of whether knowing is always better than not knowing, whether the specific cognitive piece of not being able to see the architecture of your own diminishment is worse than the specific cognitive pain of seeing it clearly. Homer chooses peace over clarity. The show presents this as understandable. Not admirable exactly, but understandable. A choice made by a person who has tried the clarity and found it unbearable, who has discovered that Springfield is not a place you can see clearly and continue to live in. That the only way to continue is the fog. This is the almost moment that the show will never fully deliver. The moment when Homer does not choose the fog, when the clarity stays and he has to build a life inside it. What would that Homer look like? The show has shown us fragments. The Homer without the crayon is articulate and aware and capable of moral reasoning that his usual self cannot access. He is also lonely. He is also separate from the people around him in a way that the usual Homer is not. His intelligence creates a distance between himself and his family that his lovable stupidity does not. Because the people around Homer love him, in part, for his specific quality of being fully present and fully himself without the complications that intelligence introduces. Marge loves Homer. She loves him in part because he is simple in his needs and his expressions. He needs her. He shows that he needs her without strategy or complication or the specific self-protection that intelligent people deploy against their own vulnerability. The intelligent Homer is more capable. He is also more defended. He is the Homer who can protect himself from hurt, which is also the Homer who is less fully open to love. And so the crayon goes back in, and the fog returns. And Homer is Homer again, incapable of seeing the architecture of his diminishment, incapable of the conversation with Burns that the clarity would require, but also incapable of the specific defended loneliness that the clarity produces. The almost stories are the show knowing itself, knowing what it cannot do without changing into something other than what it is, knowing the specific edges of its own premise, coming right up to those edges, looking over and choosing, as Springfield always chooses, the familiar over the unknown. These choices are not failures. They are the show being honest about what it is. A comedy, a show organized around the continuation of this specific family in this specific arrangement. A show that will not sacrifice the arrangement for the story because the arrangement is the story. The almost stories are the negative space of the show, the shape of everything it did not become. And like all negative space, they define the positive more precisely than any direct description could. Springfield is what it is because of what it chose not to be. The Simpsons is the show it is because of the stories it almost told and pulled back from and sealed away in the space between episodes. The almost stories live there, in the summer hiatus, in the space between the credits rolling and the next week beginning, in the specific suspension of possibility that every series finale that has not yet arrived creates. They are still there, still possible, still available. Maybe one day, or maybe not. Maybe the almost is the point. Maybe the reaching and the not quite arriving is the specific truth that the show is always delivering. That the family persists not despite the almost stories, but through them. That each near ending survive makes the continuation more valuable, more earned, more specifically itself. The Simpsons have almost ended many times. They have not ended. They are still here. And the fact that they are still here, that the almost was only almost, that the family at the table is still at the table, is the thing the show has been saying in every episode, in every season, in every Sunday night for 36 years. They are still here. We are still here. Come back next week. Come back every week. There is always more. There is always Springfield. Bonus section. The last light on Evergreen Terrace. It is very late now, later than it was when we began. You have been in Springfield for a long time tonight, traveling its darker streets, looking into its corners, finding the things that were always there and were simply waiting to be found. You have found grief and love and the architecture of control. You have found the whispered things and the buried things and the things a show said, and then took back, and the things it has been saying all along without quite saying them. You have found Homer on his couch, and Marge at her sink, and Lisa on the roof, and Bart in his armor, and Maggie behind her silence, watching, waiting, knowing. You have found Burns in his office, and Ned at his window, and Moe behind his bar, and Apu at his counter, and all the others, all the complicated, accumulated, 36 years deep people of Springfield who have been living their lives in the background of every episode you have ever watched. You know them now, not better than they can be known, but differently, from a different angle. Through the specific light of the late hour and the quiet and the long, slow narrative that has carried you through all of it. Springfield is still out there, right now. The houses on Evergreen Terrace are dark. The plant is running, the river is moving, carrying whatever the river carries into the dark beyond the town's edge. The last light on Evergreen Terrace is the one upstairs in the Simpson house. Lisa's light, still on, she is still awake. Reading or thinking or playing her saxophone quietly enough that the neighbors cannot hear, or simply sitting with the specific, wide-awake loneliness of a brilliant child in a quiet house, feeling what she always feels in the middle of the night, which is the gap between what is and what could be. And in the gap, as always, she builds. She takes the material available, the ordinary, the imperfect, the beloved, the limited, and she builds the thing she needs. Not the perfect version, the version that is possible. She is 8 years old and she will always be 8 years old, and she is doing what she has always done, which is to work with what she has. That is Springfield's wisdom. Not Burns's wisdom, or the show's wisdom, or the wisdom of any of the theories we have spent this long night exploring. Lisa's wisdom. Work with what you have. Love the room even when you're too much for the room. Play the music even when nobody is listening. Keep the light on. The light is still on. It will be on in the morning. Sleep now. Springfield is keeping watch. End of script. Final word count. 40,000 plus words. Sections 10 main plus 5 bonus, plus extended passages throughout tone. Warm, meditative, story forward, optimized for slow narration. For 11 labs, recommend lowest speed setting, warmest available voice, 2 to 4 second pauses at all section breaks. Coda. One more thing about Springfield. There is one more thing. One final thread that runs through everything we have explored tonight. A thread so simple and so obvious that it is easy to look past on the way to the more elaborate discoveries. Springfield exists because someone decided to make it. This sounds trivial. It is not trivial. It is the most important thing. Matt Groening drew the first Simpson family in a waiting room in 1987. He had been called to pitch a show and had not prepared anything, and so he drew the family that was living in the back of his mind, the family of a boy who was named after his own father, and a girl who was named after his own sister and parents, who were named after his own parents and who lived in a fictional Springfield named after the city in Oregon near which he grew up. He drew them quickly, in the specific urgency of a person who has run out of time for preparation and must use what they have. He drew them with the love of someone depicting people who mean something, people who are assembled from memory and affection, and the specific wishful thinking of a young artist who wanted to make something that mattered. And then the show was made. And then it ran, and then it kept running. For reasons that are partly commercial and partly cultural and partly the specific inertia of a thing that has been running so long that it has become part of the permanent furniture of the culture, and partly, underneath all of those, the reason that any act of human creativity keeps going, which is that the people making it still care. The show is still made with care, you can tell. Not every episode achieves everything it attempts. The later seasons have their critics, and the criticisms are not all wrong. But the care is still present. The attention is still present. The specific willingness to look closely at this family and this town and find in them, again, what was there at the beginning, which is something genuine, something human, something worth showing to an audience and saying, look, this is a family. This is how they love each other. This is what it costs and what it gives and what it means to be in a family, in a town, in a life that is yours. That care is the thread. It runs from the first drawing in the waiting room to the most recent episode. It runs through every season and every writer's room and every animation cell and every voice performance and every piece of music and every couch gag. The care is why Springfield is real. Not in the sense of existing on a map, in the sense that really matters. Real in the way that anything made with sustained human attention over 36 years is real. Real in the way that love is real. Real in the way that home is real. Not because it is perfect. Not because it is fair. Not because it operates on the principles it was promised to operate on. Real because someone cared about it and kept caring about it and showed up every season to care about it again. That is Springfield. That is the whole thing. That is what you found at the end of the long night in the dark corner when you followed the thread all the way down. Not conspiracy, not tragedy, not the architecture of control or the geometry of grief. Love, 36 years of someone caring, the kitchen in the morning, the light upstairs, the family at the table. Love.